Good morning, Anand garu. Sir, unmute cheyandi.
Yeah, good morning. Very well done. Yeah, very well done.
Thank you, Anand garu.
Madam kuda chala baga chesaru ninna. Everything is good and everything is well organized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
ఇవాళ ఎవరు మార్నింగ్ అదే స్పిరిచువల్ సెషన్ కదా
అవునండి, ఫస్ట్ స్పిరిచువల్ సెషన్
మిస్ అయ్యాను 2 hours. సరే ఇవాళ స్పిరిచువల్ సెషన్ డెఫినెట్ గా ఉండాలని
మూర్తి గారు నమస్కారం.
ఎవరు మ్యూట్ చేసుకోవాలా?
అదే V.S.N.Murty గారండి, మా సీనియర్.
Anand has been my good friend.
Sir, good morning.
Anand, you have become old.
Yeah, even yesterday మిమ్మల్ని చూసి అదే మీరు చల్లబడిపోయారు అనుకున్నాను నేను మీ ఇది చూసి.
I still remember you those days.
Yeah.
With a cigarette in hand.
All those things are gone, sir. Now white hair, everything is white. We have to go. That's it. Going on. మాకు కూడా 56, 57 వచ్చేసినాయి సార్.
మేడం నమస్తే మేడం. హరే కృష్ణ.
హరే కృష్ణ అండి.
నమస్తే అండి.
నమస్తే మేడం.
I will start, madam. Learned speakers of third day of our national conference and delegates, a very good morning to you all and warm welcome to you all for this third day of our national conference, JIJNASA. Over to our immediate past chairman, C.A. Bharati Devi.
A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the delegates of the Day-3 National Conference JIJNASA, Desire to Learn, organized by Committee for Members in Practice and hosted by Visakhapatnam branch of SIRC of ICA. The previous 2-day sessions, wherein shower of knowledge has flowed with the deliberations of the eminent speakers of our profession. Moving forward, today we have a special spiritual session with the topic which is out of our box but which is relating to our life, very important for our well-being and overcome our stress and pressures experiencing by all of us. To deliberate on this topic, we have with us Her Grace Sevini Devi Dasi, who will take us through the power of prayers. Welcome, Mataji. Further to this, we have technical session 6 on insight into select accounting standards on 9, 15, 18 and 22. To deliberate on this, we will have both the Guru and the Shishya together, C.A. V.S.N.Murty garu and the Central Council member, C.A. Vijay Kumar MP. Technical session 7, networking of CA firms, future of the profession. To deliberate on this, we will have past chairman of our branch, C.A. Poosarla Ramakrishna garu, along with Central Council member C.A. Chhaira from Surat. So moving forward, let us start with our day spiritual session, the power of prayer. We have with us Her Grace Sevini Devi Dasi, who was born in Mumbai in a Gujarati business family. Conventional followers of the Pustima. Later, she with her family shifted to Hyderabad in the year 1984. Since then, she was closely connected to ISKCON, Secunderabad. Inspired by many visits of many senior devotees, she later joined as a full-time devotee in the year 1997 and took initiation in the year 1998 in Atlanta, USA from J.J. She has completed her graduation in Commerce, Masters in Education with a PG Diploma in Management of Voluntary Organization and a PhD in Education from Andhra University. Presently, she is the principal of Divine Touch School actively involved in collection, festival coordination, congregation preaching, college preachings, and also shouldering management responsibility with her husband, H.G. Sambadas, President, ISKCON Visakhapatnam. Mataji is multilingual and delivers discourses in English, Hindi, Gujarati, Bengali, and Telugu. Her lectures are telecasted in various TV channels and she has huge international fan followings of her YouTube discourses. She initiated Bhakti Yoga residential summer camp at Visakhapatnam, whereby school children stay as a devotee for 1 week in the temple, which has been a very successful program. With these words, I welcome Mataji once again and request her to proceed with the deliberations.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, madam.
Thank you. So, Hare Krishna and a warm welcome to this virtual session. Thank you so much for inviting me to your Sangha, to your forum. I'm down with viral fever, a little throat congestion, so my voice may be a little suppressed, a little muffled. Please bear with that. So, Hare Krishna to all of you. And today's session, we're going to dwell upon this very important topic called the power of prayers. Now, everybody in this world wants to be happy. The goal of our lives is usually centered around being happy. And whatever activities that we are undertaking in life is to facilitate happiness in our lives. But the paradox here is, it's easy to be happy for 1 day. It's difficult to be happy for 1 week. But if somebody wants to be happy for whole life, then that's a big challenge. So how can one be happy? How should one be happy? What should one do to be happy? Now, our situation is something like this. Let's say I'm on shopping. I've gone shopping, CMR, Central and Chandana Brothers. Now imagine this, hot climate, 42 degrees, 45 degrees, hot weather outside, and I'm shopping. Now what would happen? To save myself, if some of you are from Vizag, the climate here is very sultry and humid. Now what would you do if you're feeling hot? You will temporarily engage yourself in some sense gratification. That means you may take an ice cream, take a sugarcane juice, take some coconut water. You get some temporary relief from the heat. Or you may satisfy yourself showing the possessions. Oh, it's hot. I'm tolerating, but I bought so many saris. Or I'll give a pep talk to my mind. Look, to get something, you have to sacrifice something. But no matter how much I try, nothing will give me happiness until I reach home, put all the shopping bags on my sofa, put on the AC, and then I'm happy. This is what happens to every individual jiva, the human beings. We are all in this material world and we all want to be happy. And we think by sense gratification, I can be happy. Let's say I eat something good, I see something good, I hear something good, I'll be happy. But the problem is I can be temporarily happy, but that is not a permanent solution. Okay, I'll get a lot of possessions. That may make me happy, but that is also temporary. If I have the biggest bungalow or I have lots of possessions, lots of bank balance, that is also gives me temporary happiness, gives more stress and more tension. Okay, I give a pep talk to myself. Oh, let's be positive. Or I give a pep talk to myself. Okay, I'm slogging so hard from morning 9 to night 9. But look, I have so many things. I can give a pep talk to myself, but that is also not giving me happiness. So what will give me happiness? So when we connect to the Lord, that means when we come back home with the shopping bags, then we are happy. Similarly, when we connect to the Supreme Lord, only then a person can be happy. So that is what it says in the Bhagavad Gita, Dhyana Yoga, chapter 6, verse number 28. Lord Sri Krishna says, Yunjaneva sadatmanam yogi nigatakalmasha sukhena brahma samsparsha atyantam sukhamashnu. Krishna says if somebody wants to be happy, they want to be free from kalmasha, then you have to yunjan. Yunjan means yoga. You have to do yoga. What is that yoga? Connection with the Lord. But the problem is, we are all taking only half portion of the yoga. Just like, a person who is taking care of a hen may want to have the portion where she gives egg, but doesn't want to have the other portion where you have to feed the hen, then it doesn't work. It has to work. It has to have a wholesome thing. Similarly, we think yoga means physical exercise. I'll close my eyes and I'll do some meditation, or I'll do some pranayam. Oh, that's yoga. But Krishna says yoga means to connect to the Lord. But we are narrowing the definition of yoga and we are limiting it to physical fitness. Now, nothing wrong with physical fitness. Physical fitness is required. But the whole point is physical fitness for what? So you need a physical fit body and you need a sound mind for what? To facilitate your connection with the Supreme Lord. Unless and until you do that portion of it, you cannot be happy. Even if you are physically fit, mentally sound, financially stable, you're socially approved by people, but still you will say, I'm not happy because one dimension of your life is missing. Unless and until all dimensions go, in a wholesome, holistic way, if you not touch all the dimensions of your life, then you cannot be happy. Because the problem is, we are not only body, we also have a soul. So what we are doing is we are doing all the activities which are focused on nourishing the body, but we are absolutely doing nothing to nourish our soul. As a result, always that unhappiness is there. That's why many a times, when I interact with people, from all different professions, they tell me, Mataji, when we come to the temple, don't know what, but feel so happy, madam. We feel so serene, feel so nice. Why that feeling so nice, feeling so serene, feeling so happiness is coming? The simple reason is, it's not the architecture of the temple. It's not the music of the temple. What actually happening is, you are connecting to the Lord, and that is making you happy. Because body will be happy when you take care of it with certain comforts, but soul will be happy only when you connect to the Lord, because that is the constitutional position of the soul. So that is why when we come to the temple, we connect to the Lord, we hear bhajans, we read scriptures, we look at the photo of the deity, that makes us happy. So that means it is proved that unless and until one connects to the Supreme Lord, one cannot be happy. Okay, everybody in this world wants to be happy. Happiness can be bought by connecting to the Lord. So now, how do you connect to the Lord? That's a big question mark. So prayers is the answer for that. To connect to the Lord, we have to pray to the Lord. So what is this prayer? So prayer is a universal language, just like I'm now communicating with all of you. I'm using a language to communicate. So prayer is a language. It's a universal language to connect to the God. It's a language of the heart to communicate with the divine heart. Prayer is a conversation you have with Lord. So this is like when you deal with your juniors, you order them. When you deal with the seniors, you ask them. When you deal with the owners, you beg them. When you deal with the elders, you request them. And when you deal with the supreme personality of Godhead, then you pray. You pray him. You pray to him. So today, our session our session is, what is prayer? Why should we pray? What way does prayer help us? What are the benefits of prayer? Whom should we pray? Where should we pray? How should we pray? Who should we pray? Does prayer work? Will my prayer work? What are the types of prayer? What should be the mood of a person while praying? Is what we are going to discuss in today's session. So, what is this prayer? I said it's a universal language to communicate to God. Now, what happens when you pray? So, when you pray, prayer makes you stronger. Now, I'll tell you something. In a particular house on a certain day, the children were playing in the courtyard. So there was this big, very heavy boulder in the courtyard, in the middle of the courtyard. So the father asked the boy, can you just push the boulder? Can you just remove the boulder? So the son was trying hard. He was trying hard. He was unable to push the boulder. So he went and told his father, Father, I am unable to do it. The father said, hey, you're not using your full strength. Use your full strength. He said, promise, father, I'm using my full strength, dad. I'm not able to move it. Daddy said, no, you're not using your full strength. He again tried. He again tried. He came back, sweating, panting. He said, Daddy, I'm using my full strength. I'm still unable to move the boulder. Then his father made such a beautiful statement. He said, you're not using your full strength because your full strength is when you ask me to help. You have not asked me to help. Full strength of a son is when he takes the help of his father, but you have not asked me to help. So the same goes right with all of us too. Our full strength is when we take the help of the Lord. Then we become a team. Prayer is such a profound power that we have, because when we pray, then Lord also helps us out, and then we are a team. We are not one, we are two. As it is rightly said, when men work, but when men pray, then God works. So when we pray, then we are a team. Lord is with us and we become more stronger. Prayer also revives us. Prayer also rejuvenates us. When you are down, when you are dull, it's only prayers that can help you to come out of every situation. When we pray, then we become renewed with energy, just like a phoenix bird. The phoenix bird is born out of ashes. Similarly, when we pray, then we get the strength to come out again with renewed energy from the ashes of our misery. In fact, I was reading somewhere, Abraham Lincoln, he often said this. He said that in my life, there were many times such a situation when I was so miserable. I was so miserable that if I had decided to divide my misery equally among all the people walking on this world, you will not find a single smiling face on the surface of the earth. Such was my misery. There was nobody by my side. Everybody cheated me. At that time, when I looked deep within my heart, I saw there is still one person left who has not left me, and that is God, and He revives me. And He revives me. So when we pray, then we are rejuvenated. God revives us. We know, okay, there is somebody out there who is there to help us. Prayer even gives us the feeling of safety. Prayer gives us the feeling of security, right? When we pray, we feel secure. It's such a beautiful feeling that there is somebody up there who is more powerful than us, who is more stronger than us, and who loves us and is going to help us. And that makes us feel so happy. Now, I'll tell you something from pure history. In the 1944, when there was the Second World War, right? Now, during that time, now we all know Second World War was one of the most horrible wars in the history of mankind. Around 65 to 85 billion people were killed. And not only that, around 61 countries participated in the war directly, and around 101 countries participated in the war indirectly. Now, I'll tell you what happened. During the Second World War, when all the soldiers, they were all lined up. Now they have to go for the war. So they're all ready with the ammunitions and they're all decked up, with so many equipments. There are grenades and there are so many things. Now this all equipment was so heavy on them that they even refused to carry a handkerchief anymore. They said, no, we have so much ammunition is there on us. In fact, they also refused to carry the picture of their loved ones. They said, no, it will become very heavy. But when they made a research, they came to know that 67% of the soldiers were carrying Bible, though they were not ready to carry anything else, but they were carrying their spiritual literature. That means, though it is not in the protocol, they don't have to carry any spiritual book. But what I'm trying to prove here is prayer is one such thing which can convert even fear into faith. That faith gave them so much strength that we have our spiritual book with us, our spiritual literature with us. That's the beauty of prayer. It gives us a secure feeling. Now let's come closer to home. You see what happens in the temples. We have this experience. We're running a temple. We're managing a temple here. As soon as there is March, exam times, the temple will be flooded with students during exam. They come and pray to the Lord. And during result time, the temple will be flooded with parents. Oh, they are praying for good results of their children. So this is what happened. That is why a famous, we all know Voltaire, the father of rational thinking. He's a writer come philosopher come, he was a very, wise man. So he once made a very beautiful statement. Voltaire said, if there is no God up there, better to invent one. If there is no God up there, better to invent one. Because God is so much required to maintain the balance of the society, balance of our mind. Because that feeling which we have, okay, there is somebody up there more powerful, it makes us feel comfort and safe. Makes us feel comfortable and safe. In fact, the anthropologist, they had made a research. They said that whether it is in primitive culture or in the progressive culture, the urge to pray to somebody higher than us and more powerful than us is universal. No matter what culture you take. In fact, even those who are non-believers of the God, who are atheist, even they have that feeling that, oh, some power up there is there which is protecting us and I should take shelter of that power. So that is an universal urge to pray to somebody who is higher than us and most powerful than us. So we see prayer gives us strength. We see prayer revives us. Prayer rejuvenates us. Prayer makes us feel secure. Prayer also purifies us. Prayer also cleanses us. In fact, when you pray, your heart becomes softer. Your heart becomes cleaner. In fact, it is recorded that those who pray are less distracted by vices of this world. They will not go into that direction. And even if they have bad habits, they can very easily break off from those habits because of the power of prayers. And prayer cleanses our heart to such an extent that we can see God in everybody and in everything. And once we come to that level of seeing God in everybody, in everything, then all the good qualities of compassion, tolerance, patience, determination will come out in us. So prayer cleanses our heart. There's one more thing the prayer does. The prayer controls our mind. Our mind is a chatterbox. If you allow our mind to be alone, it is very happy. It'll be happy with its monologue. It'll go on talking, and exaggerating and magnifying things and events in our life. That's the habit. That's the work of mind. But when we pray, then prayer can not only control the projections of the mind, but prayer can also convert them into right direction. So it's very important that we pray. Prayer nourishes our mind, prayer nourishes our body, prayer nourishes our soul. Now I'll tell you how prayer nourishes our body. There was this very beautiful research conducted, and a very thoroughly researched and presented, very wonderful book was printed by Oxford University Press called the Handbook of Religion and Health. And they made a wonderful statements. If you get a chance, you should read this book. They said that according to the research, anybody who is regularly praying is out to have 7 to 11 years better or bigger lifespan than a person who doesn't pray. That means a person who prays will live 7 to 11 years more than a person who doesn't pray. Of course, by prayer here, they did not mean some spontaneous one-time prayer, but a committed social practice or a committed spiritual practice. If regularly somebody is praying, then they will live 7 to 11 years longer than an average person, is what the research said. That means prayer nourishes our body. Prayer also nourishes our mind. It cools down our mind, directs it into right direction. And prayer also nourishes our soul, because our soul can be happy only when we pray and we connect to the Lord. Just like everybody has their constitutional position. A fish is happy inside water. A bird is happy flying. Similarly, we humans, only when we pray and get connected to the Lord, then our soul becomes nourished. What exactly we are doing now is just decorating the cage. But what about the bird inside the cage? The bird has to be fed. The bird has to be nourished. Then only it will be happy. If only the cage is decorated, there will be no happiness. If we simply take care of our physical body, but we don't do anything for the soul, then where is the happiness? In fact, Sir Herbert Benson in the 1998, he had made one very beautiful experiment. It's called the Great Prayer Experiment. And he clinically tested and, he clinically experimented with thousands of patients. And he come up with very nice, what you say, with very nice conclusions or very nice, but something he said was, which touched me a lot. And he said that not only prayer brings about an overall feeling of well-being among people, but he says, I believe that very soon a time will come where physicians will not only prescribe medicines, but they will also prescribe prayers. That means very soon a time will come where physicians will, apart from giving medicines, will say, pray 2 times in the morning, pray 2 times in the evening, and if it doesn't work, double the dose. If it doesn't work, double the dose. And the good point is, even if you double the dose, there is no side effect. So that is what he said after making this experiment called the Great Prayer Experiment. So prayer makes us strong. Prayer revives us, rejuvenates us. Prayer makes us feel secure. Prayer cleanses our heart. Prayer nourishes our body, mind, and soul. And also, prayer does something very special. See, the path of prayer or the process of prayer is to believe in something which you can't see. But the reward of prayer is to see things which you believe in. The magic of prayer is to see things which you can't believe. Oh, this really happened. Now, I'll tell you something. You must have heard about this mission Apollo 13 when they were trying to land in moon. Now, it was a 3-manned mission. But somehow, I won't go into technicalities, but somehow it so happened that the oxygen tank leaked and somehow they could not land in moon and they just made an orbit. And in fact, even their coming back to the earth looked like impossible because they didn't have enough fuel and things had gone haywire. But somehow, whole of America prayed for them to come back. In fact, I was reading this beautiful article by Mr. Woodfill. Mr. Woodfill, who was the warning system engineer in NASA. And he writes such an emotional article. He says that at that time, when that 3-man mission was coming back from moon, every single soul in America was praying. They were all on their knees, right from a small 5-year-old child to a 90-year-old man. Everybody was praying. And in fact, when they were trying to come back also, unfortunate for them, they were attacked by a hurricane. But still somehow they managed to land back safely. And it was such a miracle that when they made this medallion for Apollo 13 mission, and the back side of the medallion, they had this symbol of prayer. 2 hands are joined together, and below that they have written, thank God. Even they could understand at that time that without the intervention of the Lord, this was not possible. If they have come back safely, it's only because of the intervention of the Lord. Because the thing is, things may sometimes be out of our control, But things are never out of control of the Lord. The Lord is always under the control of things. So when we pray, we feel secure. When we pray, we see things which are unbelievable happen in our lives. Now, this important point. Okay, we understand prayer helps us, prayer does that. Okay, very good. But I don't have time to pray. So when should I pray? With my busy lifestyle. Now the thing is, our life story is something like a, there was once this woodcutter. He had this axe and he was cutting every day some 30, 40 trees. So once it so happened, because of regularly cutting, his axe was not sharp anymore. So instead of cutting 30 trees, he was working more harder but cutting 20 trees. After some time, he was working more harder but cutting only 10 trees because the axe was not sharp anymore. So one wise man came and told him, "Sir, why not you spend some 10 minutes to sharpen the axe?" Then this man got very angry. "Look at this fool. I'm telling him I don't have time. I'm already working so hard. Initially, I used to work 9 to 5. Now I'm working 9 to 9. Still, I'm not able to cut the amount of trees required. And this man is asking me to stop and sharpen my axe. How foolish he is." Then the wise man thought, "This is crazy. Let me leave from this place." Now, this is what is happening. If that man would have spent 10 minutes time to sharpen the axe, now that much endeavor and effort was not required to cut the trees. Things would have happened easily. But he could not understand that simple logic. This is what happens in our lives. We think, okay, I want to pray, but where is the time? But sir, if you pray, then you will get all the time. Because now you become more efficient, mind becomes more sharper, you become more peaceful, and then whatever things you were taking 4 hours to do will now happen in 2 hours and you'll get all the time. But we think, who has the time to pray? Now this is one thing. Prayer also gives us strength in managing our relationships. In fact, prayer is such a unbelievable, miraculous force behind all of us that is helping us in every field in life. Now I'll tell you one real life incident which happened in the year 1975. Now, this is about this man called John Clay, K-L-E, Clay, John Clay. Now, this man was a sailor, a very expert sailor, so to say. For 20 years, he had been sailing. Now, one day it so happened on the fateful night, this is a real story, you can double check it, 30th June 1975, he was sailing offshore Manhattan. Now, there the sea is very choppy and very cold. Now, he was happily sailing, but somehow there was a hurricane attack, and the tail of the hurricane capsized the boat. Now he was in the water, doesn't know what to do, no boat. Somehow he's just trying to save himself. So he was waiting for the coast guards to come and protect him, but the coast guards never turned up. He was waiting for some helicopter to come, but no helicopter came. Now the water is chilly, it's cold, moonless night, doesn't know what to do. At that time, somehow, his eyes fell on the Empire State Building. There was some coming from the Empire State Building. Now, don't know what, but every time that he looked at the light of the Empire State Building, he was getting so much strength. I can do it. I can do it. He kept on swimming, kept on swimming. Every time that he felt weak, again he looked up at the Empire State Building. And seeing that light, he was feeling so energetic. He kept on swimming. He kept on swimming. Finally, he became very weak at one point and he was like about to give up. But somehow, by Lord's arrangement, a plastic ball floated right towards him, to his chest. Now, you know the sea markers, sometimes they use these plastic balls, plastic statues for sea marking. So that ball came to him and somehow he floated with that ball. He reached the shore. He was saved. He was hypodermic, admitted into the hospital. Somehow he recovered, came back home. Now is the interesting part of the story. Now his friend, Buck, he came to see him and he told him something very interesting. He said, "Look, you know what happened? That fateful night when you were in the middle of the sea, somehow I have been living in New York for so many years. but I never went to see the Empire State Building. But somehow that night, I was feeling to go to the Empire State Building. So I took my wife, Sue. We both went, took a lift, went right up to the Empire State Building. There, from the binoculars, we put a penny and we were taking turns. Sometimes she was seeing the sea, sometimes I was seeing the sea. And all the while, I was telling my wife that my friend John loves sea loves him. If there is anybody in this world who can swim this sea, then it's only my friend John. Only he can swim it. So we were going on talking about you, and I was telling my wife, if somebody can swim the sea, it's only my friend John. Now just imagine what's happening. Here he is praying for him, passing good vibrations, and the same thing is passing to this man who is trying to swim across the sea. Now I'll tell you something more special. After a few days, he received another letter by his friend Hick from the Caribbeans. Now it was dated the same date, 30th June 1975. He said, I don't know what happened, John, but today I'm feeling very sick and I'm feeling that you are in danger and I'm not feeling good. Are you okay? I'm unable to sleep. I'm writing this letter to you in the middle of the night. I'm feeling that you are in some kind of danger and I'm praying hard and I'm praying hard and I'm praying for you. I hope Lord takes care of you. Somehow this is like a nightmare, and the number 768 is going on, coming and flashing in my mind. I don't know what. Now, as soon as John read this letter, he told his wife, go and get that ball, the plastic ball which saved me. He had kept it as a souvenir. And when she got the ball from the other room, what was written on the ball? The number 786. So now he understood how the prayers of others are working for him. So similarly, today you and me, we are sitting here very happily, safely. That means somebody out there is praying for us. Maybe our spiritual teachers, maybe our parents, maybe our guru. Somebody is praying for us, and that's what is keeping us all healthy, fit, and fine. And we should also pray back for others. So prayer gives us strength. Prayer helps us in our relationships. Prayer makes us strong. Prayer makes us feel safe. And we should somehow take out time and pray. Now, I'll tell you something. I'm entering the stormy waters now. Hold your chairs because that will throw you off balance, what I'm going to just speak now. There's this one man called Sir Francis Galton. This Francis Galton in the 1800s, he was a very famous Victorian scientist. Now he made one very beautiful statement, which will throw you all off your chairs. He said, if the prayers work, if the prayers work, then how come the king and the queen of Britain are not the oldest living couple? Because every single citizen is praying, long hail the king, long live the king, long live the queen. Then how come they are dying? Because you said prayers work. So if the prayers work, then they're supposed to live long. Now, spiritual people like us may argue with them. Well, their prayers are not working because they're doing it mechanically. They are not doing it from their heart. They are just doing it as a matter of routine. That's why prayers are not working. Now, somebody may argue with us, okay, you said that the prayer has to be done heartfully, only then it works. Then what about the spiritual leaders of the society, all the gurus? They should live for 100 years because their disciples are praying heartfully for them. That means prayers don't work. If prayers work, they should live for 100 years. Why are they dying? Why the spiritual people die? Now, this is very important because these are the questions the younger generations are asking us. And if, as elders, we don't have answers for them, then they'll stop praying because they want everything to be logically proved. Why should we pray? What does prayer help? How can you prove the prayers are working? So, now the answer to this is we all know that men went on moon. But did you go to the moon? No. Did I go to the moon? No. But can we go to the moon? Answer will be yes. Yeah, we can go to the moon. But did you go? No. 7.9 billion population. How many went? 2 people. But we still believe, yeah, it's possible to go on moon. Similarly, it's not that if my prayer doesn't work or your prayer doesn't work, prayer doesn't work. Prayer works. Even if one person's prayer work, even two persons prayer work, that means prayer work. And I'm sure everybody in our life, there may be at least one incident where we clearly saw that prayer works. We prayed for something and it worked. So that means, see, the history is all made up of individual successes and not mass failures. Mostly, whatever we see today, discoveries, inventions, is made by one individual person, not mass. Similarly, if one person's prayer works also means prayer works. Prayer is working. So we should have that faith on prayer. It is better to be faithful than to be doubtful. Because imagine if prayers actually work, then we are missing out on something. Why should we miss it out? So yes, definitely prayers, they work, and there is nothing wrong in giving it a try. Something like this one man, he gave a coal basket to his grandson. It had all holes. He said, go and fetch some water from the river. Now this boy was going, fetching the water, coming back, trying to fill the bucket. 20 times he tried, but the bucket did not get filled up. Then he asked his grandfather, what's the point? I tried my best, but the bucket never got filled up. Then his grandfather said, okay, the bucket never got filled up, but look what happened to the basket. The basket became so neat and clean because you were going on filling up the water in it. So similarly, whether prayers work or the prayers don't work, when we pray, it makes us a beautiful person inside and out when we pray. In fact, frankly speaking, it's good that all our prayers don't work. Because if all our prayers were working, our life would have been miserable and you and me today would have become illiterates. Why? Because I'm sure there may be many moments in your childhood when you must have prayed, oh, teacher should not come today. Exam should get postponed. My teacher should not come to the class today. Oh, school should give a holiday today. Now imagine if all our prayers were working, we would have remained illiterate. We would have never finished our education. So it's very nice that prayers don't work always. So the problem is, or the fact is, the Lord, He gives us what we need. He does not give us what we ask for, because we ask all sorts of stupid things. We're not sure what we're asking. Because the thing is, we plan our future based on our present, but the Lord plans our present based on our future, because He knows our future. So according to that, He will plan things for us. And the fact is, the Lord has the ability to give us. The Lord has a desire to give us, but Lord will give only if He thinks this will be beneficial to you. Just like a mother. The mother may have money in the purse. The mother has a desire to see a smile on the face of the child. But still, mother may not give money for the chocolate if she feels it is not good for the child. Same thing happens. The Lord has willingness to help us. He has the ability to help us. I'm just talking about the laws of economics. It has a willingness. He has the ability. But He may still hold Himself if He thinks it's not beneficial for you to get this particular thing right now. He'll wait for the right time to give you what is required. Because He's like our Father. He's like our mother. He cares for us and He loves us. He has the ability to give, but He gives only when it is required. So that is the power of prayers. When we pray to the Lord, definitely He helps. In fact, I'll tell you one more thing. In fact, sometimes the Lord answers our prayers, but we don't even realize that He has answered our prayer. I'll tell you how. Let's say there is a small child, he's very hungry. So he is not able to walk. He just goes on his four legs. And then he's just shaking an apple tree because he's hungry. He wants apple. And he's shaking and he's shaking and he's shaking. But no apples fall. But there is a mango tree which is right next to the apple tree. And now because of the friction, lot of mangoes start falling from the mango tree. But now what is happening? The child is simply looking at the apple tree. So he's not even realized that Lord has fulfilled his prayers. He was hungry, not apple, but mangoes are ready for him to eat. Because he never looked at the mango tree, he was only looking at the apple tree. This is what happens. So our expectations are so narrow that we keep on trying to unlock this one particular door, and we forget or we ignore to see there are other 100 doors that Lord has opened for us, which we are not even exploring. So that is a situation with us. So we require to pray, We should pray because it makes us strong, makes us feel secure. Prayers work. Even if our prayers don't work, we have seen prayers work. That means prayers work. Now, if we don't have time, then we are the one who are, depriving ourselves from the benefit of prayer. We should somehow take out time and pray. Now, what should be our mood when we pray? When we pray, our mood should be of that of helplessness. Just like a child calls out to a mother, that kind of helplessness. Our prayers are something else. We think we are very smart and very intelligent, and we, even when we go and pray to the Lord, we tell him, look, everything is according to what I want. Only this thing, only this small thing, if you sort out, rest everything is okay in my life. This small thing you do, my Lord, rest I have taken care of everything. Somehow, when we are young, we are so dependent on others. As a child, we can't even eat our own food. A mother has to help. And when we become old also, we become so dependent on others. We can't even get up and put the switch of the fan. Somebody has to help us. But in between, we become very arrogant. When the body is very strong and lot of material possessions, we think I don't need anybody. I'm very strong. But when we in the childhood, we needed people. In the old age, we need others to help us. But in between, the arrogance comes. So, yes, we need the help of the Lord. When we pray, we become a team. Lord helps us. So, we need to somehow take out time and pray. And the mood of prayer should be of that of helplessness. The mood of prayer should be of that of gratefulness. Thank you, Lord, for all the prayers that you have answered. And also thank you for all the prayers that you did not answer. They were not good for me, and it's good that you haven't answered them. So, a feeling of helplessness, a feeling of gratitude, and also our players should be inclusive. Not that our prayers are such which are detrimental to others' happiness. Usually our prayers are like that. I'll tell you this one joke and I'll end it here. There were these three friends. Somehow by the destiny, they were put into a desert. So now they are into the desert. There is no food to eat. There is no water to drink. They are suffering. So they are praying hard to the Lord. And the Lord appeared. Yes, how can I help you? So Lord asked the first guy, okay, what do you want? He said, my Lord, anyway, I'm going to die. My only desire is to drink, brandy in my favorite bar in London. So Lord immediately sent him to London. Second guy said, yes, what do you want? He said, anyway, we are going to die. My only desire is I want to take a dip, in a nice, river in Scotland. I said, okay, Lord sent him to Scotland. Now the third guy, Lord said, yes, what can I do for you? He said, Lord, in this big desert, I'm feeling very lonely. Can you call my two friends back? I'm feeling very lonely here. So now sometimes our prayer is like that. Our prayer is detrimental to others' progress. So it should not be like that. Our prayer should be inclusive. What our scriptures have taught us, what our Vedic scriptures have taught us. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Sarve santo niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Mam kaschit dukkha bhaga bhavet. Om shanti, shanti, shanti. Let everybody in this world be happy. Let everybody in this world be, every auspicious thing happen to everybody in this world. When we pray like that, we all will be happy because we are also part of the society. When the society is happy, all are happy. We all being part of that huge society will also be happy. But if you think only I should be happy, my family should be happy, it doesn't happen like that. It's all interconnected. We are all social animals living in this big web of culture. We cannot be independently happy. So that's how it should be. That's why you see, there was this one exercise being done for the corporate seminar one time. They asked everybody, write down your name on balloon. So everybody wrote down their name on the balloon, and then they said, now you leave the balloon. So this is a nitrogen balloon. It just went up to the ceiling. Now they said, okay, we give you 10 minutes time. You see on which balloon your name is written. You search for that balloon. So everybody started frantically running. It became a chaos. They're pulling the string, checking, oh, this is not my name. And then throwing the balloon, back and throwing the balloon back. Half an hour, 1 hour, they're not able to do it. Then one wise man said, Hare Baba, instead of doing like that, when you pull down the balloon with the string and you see somebody's name, go and search for that person, give him the balloon. So like that, if you go and give somebody his balloon, somebody else will come and give you your balloon, and that way within 5 minutes everybody got their balloon. So this is how it is. This is how it is. When we help others, when we pray for others and others pray for us, and this is how it works, So like that, our prayer should be inclusive. Our prayer should be in the mood of gratefulness, gratitude. Our prayer should be in the mood of helplessness. Our prayer should be selfless. Now, how do we pray? In what language? This is one very big question mark. People think prayer means nak Sanskrit radandi. I don't know Sanskrit. I don't know how to pray. No, it doesn't need to be in Sanskrit. There are 7,000 languages and 40,000 dialects around the world. And the good news is, Lord understands all languages. So prayer doesn't need to be in Sanskrit. Prayer doesn't need to be some verses from Gita or Bhagavatam. You simply converse with God just like you converse with your colleagues. Talk to the Lord. He's also, we have come out from Him. We are part and parcel of Him. He's our Supreme Father. He understands not only what we speak, He also understands what we don't speak. He understands the language of the heart. So just have a relationship with Him. Talk to Him, speak to Him, pray to Him, and definitely He will help you. So with this, making my last statement is that no matter what way the world takes us, and no matter how busy schedules that we have, we must pray. We have seen great people in this world also made sure that they prayed every day. Mahatma Gandhi, he made a very famous statement. He said, if I would not have prayed, I would have become a lunatic by now. In fact, even Louis Pasteur, the father of microbiology, he was so busy all the time in the lab, but he said, there has not been a one day when I have not prayed. Even in my lab, I keep praying. In fact, Abraham Lincoln, even though he was so busy with the civil wars, it was always seen that even, riding on the horse, when he goes from one place to another, he used to pray. So prayer should be, just like nowadays, to make ourselves immune from corona, we are taking so many things, vitamin D and vitamin B12. And then this is also one kind of vitamin P. Vitamin P, prayer. If we take this vitamin, it will immune our mind. It will sanitize our mind. We may be using liquids to sanitize our body. What about sanitizing our mind? We are giving so much data into our mind. Sometimes our mind is getting clogged, getting infected with the disease of competition and disease of, running in this rat race that we are with no specific goal. When we pray, then it sanitizes our mind. When we pray, it gives us so much strength. This is vitamin P, which we should take on regular basis. So with this, I'll ask you all to join me in this one beautiful prayer that I'll make you all do. This is a very personal prayer. Just like there are so many kinds of prayer, but when you call somebody with name, today you address somebody Mr. Rao or Mr. Reddy or something. When you call them with their first name, they feel close to you. Similarly, Lord has many names, and one of the name of the Lord is Krishna. So today you can join with me in a half-second prayer where we call out the names of Lord Krishna, and we end our session here. So you may join your hands, and you can close your eyes, and you can repeat behind me. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. May Lord bless you all. May you all have good lives. Shri Krishna Matirastu. May Lord Shri Krishna always dwell in your hearts. Shri Krishna Shubhamastu. May Lord Shri Krishna bring all auspiciousness in your life. Shri Krishna Matirastu. Shri Krishna Shubhamastu. Shri Krishna Bhakti Praptirastu. May you all get a selfless devotion in the lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
It was really an excellent session, Mataji, by making us to know how to be happy with the small things available around us. As you rightly said, that we do physical activities, but how about the soul? How it should be happy? And how can we connect to the Lord by the prayers? how prayers nourishes our body, soul, and the mind. By narrating stories, you made our members understand the importance of prayers. Thank you is a very small word, but still we have to say thank you for your valuable session, Mataji, and giving us the way to sanitize our minds and taking the vitamin P every day. Thank you once again. I request Mataji to accept a token of our gratitude with a virtual appreciation certificate and a memento.
Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. So, thank you, Murali Krishna Garu, and all the other.
Thank you very much, madam, for your wonderful session. Really, we all enjoyed the session, and you have your blessings mean a lot, along with
Thank
Hare Krishna blessings. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. So, with your permission, I'll make a
madam.
move.
We are
Okay.
indebted to you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming to the technical session 6 on insights into selected accounting standards, 9 revenue recognition, 15 the employee benefits, 18 related party disclosure, and 22 accounting for taxes on income. Accounting standards ensure transparency, reliability, consistency, and comparability of the financial statements. To deliberate on this, we have a man so simple and highly knowledgeable, a fellow chartered accountant having experience of more than half a century, whom we call as a walking encyclopedia. It's none other than CA V.S.N.Murty garu, qualified his graduation from Andhra University and LLB from Calcutta University. He is a part-time partner in Murty and Ramji Chartered Accountants. We welcome you, sir. CA Vijay Kumar MP, Central Council member for 2 terms for 2016 to 19 and from 2020 to 2022. Engaged with passion, pragmatic envisioner, and a proven executor. Over 27 years of experience in industry and as a chartered accountant in practice. During his term in Central Council, he has been in many standing and non-standing committees of ICI as a member, nominee member, vice chairman, and chairman for Digital Accounting and Assurance Board for the year 17-18, Valuation Standard Board for 18-19, and Accounting Standard Board for 19 to 21. He, as a resource person, has deliberated on the topics accounting standards, IFRS, standards, code of ethics, corporate law, governance, and capital markets, and also have over 20 years of teaching experience of accounting, financial reporting, and corporate law. He authored 10 popular titles with extensive leadership and continuous reprints for over 15 years. He is working as a Chief Financial Officer at CPE. He received National Award for Contribution to Financial Accounting, Top 100 Roll of Honors, and 100 Most Influential CFOs in India. With these words, I welcome CA V.S.N.Murty garu and CA MP Vijay Kumar, and I also request them to proceed with their deliberations. Thank you.
Am I supposed to start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Welcome, Vijay.
No, I am Murty, V.S.N.Murty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Vijay Kumar. I welcomed you in the beginning, sir.
Very good, very good.
Very good morning,
First,
sir.
First, this is a session from Mataji to Dadaji. You had a session from Mataji, now you will have a session from Dadaji, that is me.
Oh, God.
We had 1 full hour session on Murali and Krishna. I don't know it is again necessary for me to address him. But however, as the custom demands, I would like to address Chairman and dynamic Murali Krishna, equally dynamic members of the Committee of Management of Visakhapatnam branch of ICA, session speaker, MPV sir, to his numerous admirers, and simply Vijay, to me and to my family, and respected but invisible delegates. I know how it is difficult to shift the gaze from a spiritual session to purely money-centric accounting standards. But anyhow, that's life. A session on accounting standards enthuses me, not because I love them, but because I was a witness to the transition from the custom-oriented to principle-oriented to convention-oriented preparation of financial statements to document-oriented financial statements. Many of you are aware that accounting standards appeared on the scene for the first time in 1980 only. You are also aware that by 1980, our audit profession had put in a century of service to the nation and to the public. So how the financial statements were prepared may be not known to the younger members of today. Those days, financial statements were prepared purely based on accounting principles. Principles are more rigid than accounting standards. Principles cannot be amended, but accounting standards can be flexible and amended. So those days, accounting financial statements were prepared purely on the basis of accounting principles like, say, business. You are preparing the financial statements of a business, not the businessman. Money measurement concept, cost concept, going concern concept, jewel concept. There cannot be any deviation. There cannot be deviation either in the accounting standards or in the Ind AS also. All these are built on those strong accounting principles. The financial statements, when I make a reference to that, what was the financial statements like? During those days, financial statements just ran into 3 pages. 1 for balance sheet and 2 for P&L account. Why 2 pages for P&L account? Because the auditors were not willing for too much of aggregation. They wanted to disclose the information in the primary heads of account as far as possible. There was very small amount under miscellaneous head in the profit and loss account. 2-page profit and loss account, 1-page balance sheet with just 1-line note on contingent liabilities. How these are prepared? There are so many numerous, houses, companies, partnership firms, but how they are prepared and what is the contribution? In fact, I'm not shying away to inform that the auditor's contribution, direct contribution in preparing the financial statements was much more. You may nowadays call it an accounting service, but it was felt, it was included as a part of the audit service to prepare the financial statements only with a sincere view that the financial statements give or reflect a true and fair statement. Sir, I am from the Stone Age. Those financial statements were more in substance than form. Today's financial statements, 2-page financial statements like profit and loss account, balance sheet, then followed by 20 pages of notes, cash flow statements, notes on accounts, everything. And one finds in a mile to get the information from the latest financial statements. Then what was the scenario like? Said how to understand what is a purchase, how to take what is a sale, how to consider what is a traveling expenses. There was no written script anywhere for reference. We were mainly depending on auditing textbooks. What is a sale? How to account for sale, you will find in the accounting books. What is a sale, you don't find anywhere else unless you refer to your seniors or you refer to some text on auditing. Sale is a sale. When it becomes a sale, actually, for income recognition, there are so many types of sale. Then one cardinal principle was the risk and responsibility in the property. When it passes on to the buyer or the customer, the sale is deemed to have been concluded. Well, there were two types of contracts, FOB and CF. For example, how meticulous and how fair the transactions were recorded in the financial statements. A steelmaking company was transporting goods to its bulk customer. It was on 31st March. Material was loaded into the rakes. And because of some formalities, RR was given on next day, that is on 1st April. 1st April, maybe early hours of 1st April. Whether it became a sale or it is not a sale. Lot of deliberations, because in FOB contracts, the moment you deliver the goods to the common carrier, the sale is deemed to have been completed. But there is some tagline to that. You have to get the RR. If it is a road transport, you have to get the LR. RR date is the date on which the risk and responsibility in the property is deemed to have been passed to the customer. So before 31st March, everything was loaded, but RR was given only after 31st March, that is 1st April. What is the status of the material? Very interesting debate passed, very interesting deliberations happened. Then they said that the material is not with the customer, so railways don't give you a certificate. The material is not in transit because it is an FOB contract. So where is the material? So ultimately the brains decided, let us have a word that it is material on the wheels, stock on the wheels. Then next question came, how to value it? The client argued that all formalities are completed and he had a firm contract in his hands, so it should be valued. Decision came otherwise. People felt that the material was not manufactured as for the specifications of the customer. It was from his general stock, so general sale. So the sale should be, the income should be accounted as sale only the next year, but not on the previous year. Such was the type of discussions that took place in arriving at the financial statements. So in 1970s, what happens? I was well into the practice in 1970 itself, having passed my examination in 1968. 1970 was a decade of debates, deliberations on what? There was one crucial point, whether to adopt IAS in toto or to go for indigenously developed accounting standards. A lot of committees were appointed and industry was consulted time and again. And the opinion given by the industry was given more weightage because industrialists felt to suit the Indian business environment, we should develop our own accounting standards. That's how the accounting standards have taken birth too. And then it's a long history afterwards. Accounting standards, because during 1970s, the auditors did not have the benefit of textbooks on accounting principles. As today we have the benefit of very good books, maybe prepared by eminent authors like MPV. During this, no, it was only auditors' consultation, auditors' mouth of word, and few auditing textbooks that threw some light on the various terms. What is a contingent liability? When is a purchase? What is a purchase? What is a capital expenditure? No. Now we have a written text, a written document. That's what, of course, the accounting standards are meant for. They are designed to report on the financial statements that require attest functions. They are designed. At that time, there was no such a designation. At that time, there were no, written documents. But now we are fortunate enough. We have got so many documents, so many things. During those days also, our financial statements were subject to some judicial, interventions or judicial comments. I can cite a famous case of the British Paints. British Paints was valuing its raw material only at cost, consistently. their argument was that any uneven joints will be evened out in the due course. So what is wrong if consistently, the company, values its stock only at cost? The apex court said no. It is against the fundamental principles of cost. It should be valued at cost plus other incidental expenses. During those days, also, judicial intervention was there. We know the famous case of the Justice Chinnapareddy, coming heavily on the colorable devices followed by the accounts because there were no standards for verification and for check. But today we have. And I congratulate the committee, managing committee, for selecting accounting standards like AS9. AS9 income recognition has become now revenue. What is the material content in that? I still feel the last word has not been said on the income recognition. Income recognition from transfer of ownership through risk and reward has now gone to the control. Ownership is something tangible that is verifiable. Control is something, is an interpretation. That depends on the contract. One has to read the contract, interpret it, which is subject to, again, discussion. Similarly, the accounting standards AS15. Sorry, Vijay, I'm not trying to encroach upon your subject, but it is my own.
So much of a learning. I would request you to continue. Personally, also, the history which you are sharing is so much learning. Please continue.
Yeah.
To be very honest, this level of historical knowledge I don't have. So please go ahead. Please continue.
AS15. You have given it a lecture number of times. At that time, it is so clear. But still, the gray area is the, this actuary's gain or loss, actuary gain or loss. What is that? It is absolutely an estimate and unverifiable estimate. Actuary gain or loss that goes into my provisioning. So because of the actuary gain or loss, either my provisioning is more or less. Maybe because since I don't have any other thing to fall back upon, I fall on the report given by the actuary, an expert in the field. And then coming to your, this related party disclosures. I tell you, Vijay, during the decade of 70s, Birla House was having more than 100 incorporated companies under its fold. Their philosophy was not to leave the profits, not to allow the profits to go outside the house. Every profit should come to Birla House. They were supplying stationery, a separate company. They were supplying other things, a separate company. They are all related parties, if not, blood related, but related through exercising influence on decision making. Of course, today also we have DHL with more than 100 related parties. The information they give, I don't know who is making use of that information. And you have to only confirm me that there was a rumor that about 100 chartered accountant firms have resigned not because being able to comment or being able to disclose the requirements of, AS18. All listed company auditors. I read somewhere, but I'm not sure whether it was, but it's rumored. But I have read it in black and white. Similarly, this standards on say taxation, accounting for income tax or income tax alone. You say that as and when we make an adjustment for the prior period adjustment or prior period and accounting standards and rescheduling in Ind AS, it is net of taxes. Fine. If it is an income, I am willing to pay tax. If it's an expenditure, as a thumb rule, income tax will never allow you as a deduction the prior period expenditure. So if I have prior period income and prior period expenditure, if I make provision for only for the net income, that's something sounds, illogical. Something, which can't be helped at that time, but some sort of, compromise. So take any, this one, everywhere there is some element of, compromise, even under the accounting standards. I can go on like this for a long time. Churning out my own experience from the past. which I have so many incidents to narrate, but people will not, I mean, spare me because they have come, the delegates are very eager to say, I hand over the, mic to the chairman of the, Murali Krishna. Thank you, Vijay, and thank you, the chairman, Murali.
Vijay Kumar sir, you can take up the further proceedings of the session.
And I will have the privilege of concluding the
Yes, sir.
session.
Yeah, please, sir, please.
And rightly so. Just a second. Murali, is the screen visible?
Yeah, visible, Vijay.
So greetings to all. Trust all of you are safe and your near and dear ones healthy. My sincere respects to V.S.N.Murty garu. Thank you, sir, for those kind words. With the permission of all the members who are present here, emotional moment. So just permit me to take 30 seconds for expressing my personal emotion because I'm unable to stop myself from sharing it. While he said that for him I'm Vijay, just a little bit of historical perspective. I was probably about 19 years old when my mother took him one evening to his house and said, "This boy is yours, you do whatever you want, just ensure he has a reasonably good life." So that's how she dropped me at his house. And since then, his active guidance and thereafter his good wishes have helped me travel this journey and have a very contented life. In fact, like in the previous session, the way she spoke, in fact, God has been so kind to me that He's always given me whatever He felt was the best for me. And He shown me the path to be a good human being. Thank you, sir, for that. And grateful to Ramji garu, other partner of Murthy garu, and Sri P.S. Rajagaru, under whom also I did my articleship, who have actually molded me to where I am. All three were quite different people, but they have all shaped me into what I am today. Thank you, Murali, for the invite, and Murali, of course, is a childhood friend for me, and all the other managing committee members for the invite to be here today. So coming to the topic straight away, without much ado, I will confine myself to these 4 specific standards. From a context setting point of view, I'd just like to share 2-3 important points. First and foremost is, when it comes to financial statements, we all need to recognize that whether as a preparer or as an auditor, the financial statements are meant for users of financial statements. They are not meant for the preparer. It's not meant for me to see what I have. It is not meant for the auditor to know what it is. The financial statements, particularly the general purpose financial statements as we refer, they are meant for whom we call in accounting as primary users of financial statements. So my sincere request to all is, whenever you are applying an accounting standard, and for that matter an audit standard as well, we should never look at it from the perspective of somebody who is applying a standard. These standards are meant to ensure a set of information which is relevant for a user for taking decisions relating to whether to stay invested, whether to invest, whether to continue the lending engagement, whether to lend further. So whatever financial statement we prepare should be relevant for them, should be understandable for them, useful for them. So just because as a preparer, I don't think something is good enough or I find it difficult, that doesn't help the cause. Standards are drafted keeping only user interest in mind. For all accounting standards, including Ind AS, there's a mother document, which is the framework. The framework sets out an objective that standards are meant for preparing general purpose financial statements in a way that it is relevant, understandable, useful to the user of the financial statement. Point number one. The second point I'd like to mention from a context setting perspective, and Murthy has so beautifully brought it out. The transition which has happened over time from, for revenue recognition, he gave that example, from ownership to risk and rewards to now control. What is important to understand is excellence is a journey and it's not a destination. So as business environments change, economic environment changes, and you get to understand the subject deeper, some of these changes will happen and should happen, will happen and should happen. Otherwise, we'll be static, and being static is death. Evolution is a very natural process. It will continue to happen. For example, as we speak today, all of you are aware we have two sets of standards, Ind AS and accounting standards, two accounting frameworks we have. Both of them are Indian GAAP. One framework is called Ind AS, other is accounting standards. As far as the accounting standards are concerned, when they were initially prepared, they were all prepared only based on the then international accounting standards, except probably AS 22, every other standard, the remaining 26 standards which are there, are a copy paste of the corresponding international standard at that point in time, with some edits in some cases. So what has happened is, when the international accounting standards went through a F1, through a refresh in early 2000, they rebranded the product from International Accounting Standard to International Financial Reporting Standards, considering that these standards are largely with reference to preparation and presentation of financial statements and not day-to-day accounting. So that rebranding happened. And since then, considering the changed business and economic world, almost all the international standards have undergone a change. But our accounting standards, which were issued right from 1980 onwards, AS1, AS2, 3, 4, 5, and a good number of them between 1998 to 2001, they have remained static. We have not changed it in the last 20 years, except AS10, which we revised in 2016, which is in line with the corresponding international standard. So the institute, along with the ministry, has now embarked on a journey where these accounting standards are also now undergoing a F1, a refresh. If we don't refresh, I'll give a very simple example for you to connect. Take an organization like Microsoft. 2006, it was almost a write-off. It should have almost got to disappeared from the map. It could have disappeared. But including change of leadership, somebody who built the company himself thinks, I am no longer relevant, I should step aside and get somebody from a country like India to head that organization and rebuild it, our own Satyanadala. And today it's the top 2 company in the world. And for those who can recollect this book, F1, Refresh, it's a completely different organization from what it was then. So it's very important that we should anticipate change and do the change ourselves or become extinct. There are Nokias, Kodaks of the world who have become extinct. It's our choice. So the current accounting standards, 4 of which I will deal now, are also undergoing a change. Hopefully from April 2024, you will have a fresh set of accounting standards, which will be closer to Ind AS. So out of 32 standards, we have finished work on 20 standards. Remaining 12 will complete over the next 2 years. Take 1 or 2 years for overall capacity building and then make those standards mandatory. That's the second context setting which I wanted to do. So let me now take a small disclaimer. Whatever I share over the next 90 minutes are to be seen as my personal views, and none of them should be seen as views of the committees which I chair or am part of or the institute. These are 3 golden principles I have always subscribed to. Interest of time, I will skip it for the time being. Some of you would have heard me on this earlier. Founder of our institute, a person whom I adore, and each day I get to read more about him. My respect for him goes up, and so for the profession. What you see here are his words way back in 1950, and they're relevant even today. And when we prepare financial statements, when we apply accounting standards, there are messages which are communicated from his wordings here. That as an accounting fraternity, whether preparer or auditor, a sense of social obligation is important. I'll give a very simple example. Accounting standard on impairment of assets. If the assets are not impaired on a timely basis, they are not written down on a timely basis, banks should have given credit based on book values, and when the companies get into difficulty, the banks would suffer a loss, which means public money is lost. Public money is lost. So whatever accounting we do, it has a direct impact on public money. If in my career, I have been engaged with, let's say, 40 clients, even if 3 clients have become bankrupt and there is a loss to the banking system of defaults, 5 crore, 10 crore, 20 crores, somewhere we need to take some responsibility, whether we have created enough red flags and alerted the banking system to be cautious. So in that sense, that social obligation becomes important. Now, 4 standards. I'll begin with something relatively simpler, AS 18 on related party disclosures. My own experience is the compliance with accounting standards or anything for that matter increases the moment people have a good understanding of the rationale of those provisions, why those provisions exist, then automatically compliance increases. And in this context, I will spend time on the provisions, giving the background of the provisions, and maybe in between some of the findings from the analysis of the annual reports which we have done at FRRB, QRB Research Committee. I've been fortunate to go through about 800 plus annual reports, so I'll share my experiences out of that. In fact, Murthy Garu did mention about related party disclosures and the number of entities which are there. As far as related party transactions are concerned, my own personal view, what Birla House did, there is nothing wrong. And it's very, very natural that as businesses grow, they would like to do multiple businesses, and there would be some amount of intercompany transactions. What is important is to accept the truth that intercompany transactions are a reality and they are genuine transactions. Many times when it comes to related party transactions, it starts off with a bit of suspicion that these transactions are a sham transaction. They are not genuine transactions. It need not be so. Take the case of somebody like Tata Motors. Steel required for manufacturing the car. I can't expect them to go and buy the steel from Jindal. The entire IT automation which is required, I can't expect them to go and get it from Wipro. Their entire data center infrastructure requirements, I can't expect them to go and get it from NTT. The hospitality requirements of the officers who are traveling, I can't expect them to go and get it from ITC. It's so very natural that I would get it from Tata Steel, I would get it from TCS, I would get it from the Tata STT data center, I would get it from the Indian hotel, so on and so forth. So very natural. So what is wrong about it? There's nothing wrong. Whether you look at taxation related legislations or Companies Act or SEBI, none of them prohibit related party transactions. They only require you to disclose the same. They require you to disclose same for a simple reason that the common man's understanding is when something happens internally, lesser governance principles might have been followed. That's a common man's understanding. So in order to dispel that, instead of keeping it like this and allowing people to speculate what is there inside, the standard says show it. Let people read what they want. So it doesn't prohibit you. Second and very important thing is, and I've come across many people trying to apply their best mind towards this, is when related party transactions take place, I'm a strong believer and I have defended that related party transactions need not take place at fair value. They need not take place at the same price at which they happen with somebody else. It need not happen. People fight to see how to justify that. No, it's easier to justify why the related party transaction need not happen at the same price at with an outsider. I'll give a small example. I am Hyundai Motors Limited, automobile manufacturing company. I am buying a machinery from my subsidiary. I am buying a component from my joint venture. I'm buying a component from my associate enterprise. So when I'm buying from my group entity, I am procuring 70% of their production. I am buying, I am underwriting, I am guaranteeing. Credit risk is zero. Marketing cost is zero. So this subsidiary joint venture associate who are supplying me 70% of the production and selling 30% in the open market to others, the price at which they supply to me should be less than what they supply to an outsider. Underwritten production, no credit risk, no marketing cost. And most cases, I have given technology support as well. So related party transactions, it is not necessary that they should take place at fair value. For taxation, it is different. Taxation principles, taxation based on fair value, paying for the differential tax, that's a different aspect altogether. At fair value can be 100, transaction can be at 80, accounting at 80, but they pay tax at 100. There's nothing wrong about it. That's nothing wrong about it. That's a very important part of understanding of how to apply ACE 18. So two fundamental principles. One, to acknowledge that related party transactions are common and you need not feel shy about related party transactions. Second is, in many cases, they need not and probably should not take place at the same prices at which they are dealt with outsiders. Now, this standard ACE 18 on related party disclosures, very, very simple standard, has only two requirements. Only two requirements. One, disclose related party relationships where there is control. Second, disclose related party transactions. So the first part, what it says is, there could be related party relationships. Some relationships can be control relationships. Some can be relationships of significant influence. For example, don't take it literally. Don't take it literally in that sense. Literally in that sense. Like, for example, my children are there. My brothers, sisters are there. I have a little higher say in what my children do, little lesser say when it comes to my younger brother, younger sister. So in relationships, there are some relationships where you can decide on their behalf. There are some relationships where you can only influence. You can tell, please consider this, and they'll give a higher weightage to what you tell. So related parties relationships are relationships where there is either control or there is significant influence or there is influence. What ACE 18 says is, wherever there are relationships of control, even if there are no transactions, during the year, you disclose the existence of the relationship. For example, I have a subsidiary, 0 transactions, but disclose that you have a subsidiary. I have a holding company, no transactions, but disclose that there's a holding company. The reason is, the moment there is a relationship of control, whether somebody is controlling you or you are controlling, your scope is different. For example, if I am controlled by a holding company, it basically means the freedom of my decision making is restricted. So the user should know, the reader of financial statement should know that I am not a free bird who can decide whatever I want. There's somebody sitting at the top. Similarly, if I have a subsidiary, the fact that I am having a much larger canvas to play around should be known to the outside world. So that's why it says every related party relationship where there is control, even if there are no transactions, disclose the same. Disclose the same. I'll give a very small example for elaborating this a little more. I keep giving this example. I'm sharing this because many people say, I don't have transaction, why should I report? The reason is, let's take a 20-year-old child who is in a hostel, who is at home. One child is at hostel, another child is at home. The child who is at hostel, the freedom with which the child conducts himself, herself. The child is at a cinema theater, but would still tell on the call that I'm studying. The child at home, there's an incoming call, even if it's a call from a friend, a very regular call. The tendency is to go away from the drawing room, get to the balcony or something and speak in a hushed voice. Hushed voice. The mere presence of parent, the fact that father is sitting beside, you don't feel very comfortable to even speak to your friend because you don't know suddenly what your friend is going to speak. So you just walk off to the balcony and start doing it. So the freedom is different. So the same thing applies here. So standard says every relationship of control, even if there is no transaction, disclose it. The second is related party transactions. So recall I told you there are two types of relationships. One are relationships of control, another relationships of significant influence. So what this second part says is, during the year, whatever transactions have taken place with parties where there is either control or influence, disclose those transactions. That's all AS 18 says. There's nothing more than this. Now, what you see in the bottom of the slide, meaning of related party relationships, which can come because of control or influence, and the definition of related party transactions means transfer of resources between parties irrespective of whether a price is charged or not. For example, my subsidiary is occupying 3,000 square feet in my office. I may not charge a price, but that's a transaction. I'm allowing them to use it. So irrespective of whether a price is charged or not, it is a related party transaction. So this is broadly what I spoke a little while ago. So disclosure number one, relationships of control. Only two things you have to disclose. Name of the party, X Limited, nature of relationship. Is he a holding company? Subsidiary, that's all. Nothing else needs to be disclosed. Then second is related party transactions. Whether it is with a party where there is control or significant influence. The disclosures are very, very, very commonsensical disclosures. Commonsensical. So, with whom are you transacting? What is the relationship? What is the transaction? Amount outstanding? Any write-offs or write-back? And any other information which will help the user to have a better understanding. That's all. There's nothing else. Who is the party? Is he an associate, joint venture, holding company, subsidiary, fellow subsidiary, director, key management personnel? Is it sale of goods, purchase of goods, rendering of services, loan given guarantees, whatever? How much is the amount? What is the write-off or write-back? And any other information for a better understanding. Now, as far as the related party relationships are concerned, the meaning is there's so many relatives which can exist, but for the purpose of standard, relationships are only five. Just like in our personal life, we have lots of relatives, but here in business also, there can be so many entities who will appear like they're all together. But the standard says only 5 parties I'm concerned, 5 relationships. I'm concerned with only 5 relationships and not more than that. The 5 relationships, you can break it up for ease of remembering forever as 2 + 2 + 1. 5 relations, only 5 relationships. First relationship is holding company, subsidiary, fellow subsidiary. Those are control related ones. My holding company, my subsidiary, and my fellow subsidiaries. Second is associates and joint ventures. Third, individuals. Think of promoters. Think of any client of yours. Think of promoter. Promoters who are controlling or exercising significant influence and their relatives. Next is key management personnel. Here keywords I will highlight. Key management personnel means typically managing director, whole-time director. The definition is the persons who have authority and responsibility, both. That word "and" is important for planning, directing, and control activity. So all the 3 function: planning function, directing function, control, all the 3. I should have authority and responsibility for all the 3. Then I'll be called key management personnel and relatives of that individual. Relatives of that individual. Who is the relative? We'll see a minute from now. Lastly, enterprises in which such individuals, which means the promoter, key management personnel, have significant influence. Those enterprises also. For example, I am the promoter of a company. I have another company where I have a 30% shareholding. That company will also be treated as a relative of the entity which is under consideration. So only 5 relationships are considered for the purpose of this standard. And please note, these 5, some of them are relationships of control, some of them are relationships of influence. Now, who are relatives? Beautiful definition, beautiful definition. And I personally wish this is the definition everywhere. This definition is, think of a client, parent, holding company, and think of any individual, parents, spouse, brother, sister, and children. Only these people are called as relatives. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, none of them come. Only parents, spouse, brother, sister, and children. Provided. The beauty is this word, provided. Provided you can establish that they are either able to influence or you are getting influenced. Only then. Just because somebody is my brother, he will not become relative. Just because somebody is my spouse will not be a relative. They'll be considered as the relative only if you are in a position to influence them or they're in a position to influence you. For example, take the Ambani brothers. At least public domain, one cannot influence the other person's view. And we all know in our day-to-day life, there's so many businessmen, families and all, as they touch their 30s, 40s, 50s and all, as they touch their 30s, 40s, 50s, they're so very independent that they are brothers. At best, they will meet at one common marriage function, sit together for a few minutes and then move on. Nobody is in a position to influence the other. So for age 18, blood relationship does not automatically mean relative. It is blood relationship plus evidence that you can influence or be influenced by them. That is also an important one. So standard gives some exemptions of relationships which are not a related party relationship. Outside world may think it is a related party relationship, but they are not to be considered. For example, two companies where there's a common director. For outside world, it appears they are relatives, but it is not, unless this common director is in a position to control or influence at both places. Single customer, single franchisee, there's a huge dependence on that one customer for your survival, but still will not be a related party. Similarly, providers of finance, trade unions, utilities and all, they're all people who actually influence your business, but they're all trade relationships, they're all excluded. There are some related party transactions. There is a related party relationship, but these transactions you need not disclose. One where there is confidentiality. For example, I am the managing director of a bank. I have my hard-earned savings 30 lakhs as fixed deposit in that bank. I need not disclose it in annual report that MD has so much deposits in that bank, need not be disclosed. Intra-group transactions between holding company, subsidiary and all, when it comes to consolidated financial statements, need not be disclosed. State-controlled enterprises between two public sector enterprises, you need not disclose the same. Many of them are transactions. While is the standard applicable to BHEL? Answer is yes. Is the transaction applicable to Steel Authority of India? Answer is yes. But what is exempt is transactions between state-controlled enterprises. The standard gives a template on how it is to be reported. Please note, if I have 3 subsidiaries, I need not give information of sales to each subsidiary. I can aggregate it. So standard requires you to report only on an aggregated basis. Murthy was talking about 2-page P&L with lots of disaggregated information, and now 1-page P&L where you have aggregate. Here information is required only on an aggregate basis. Only if it crosses a materiality threshold of 10%, then disclose it separately. Otherwise, no need for separate disclosures. So under each category of transaction, you report it. And at the bottom, you tell the holding company means so-and-so, subsidiary means so-and-so, 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 fellow subsidiaries of so-and-so. Give that list of entities. That's all the standard requires. You need not give a laundry list of individual transactions with related parties. It is prohibited. So that's about AS 18. So let me now come to AS 15 on employee benefits, a very important standard. And this standard, what I will do is I'll spend the bulk of my time on post-employment benefits. As far as AS 15 is concerned, it's a very important standard which came mid-1990s, and many senior members who are here will recall that in late 80s and 90s, there were so many companies which went bankrupt, particularly after the liberalization of 91 and all. And employees who work for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, their accumulated retirement benefits, company did not have cash to pay. The reason is they accounted for all of this based on pay-as-you-go basis. As we all know, if I'm paying gratuity for somebody who has worked for 25 years, at the end of 25th year, the amount I pay at the 25th year is for the contribution of the employee in the last 25 years. So expense should be accounted matching concept over the 25-year period and not in the 25th year. And that matching concept got introduced with AS 15 in 1994, and it's such a wonderful standard. I would like to spend a few minutes more on this standard, even if it means lesser time for others. Reason is on post-employment benefits, most annual reports, including large entities and by established audit firms, the compliance with this standard is not to the required extent, not to the required extent. I'm using my words very carefully. Particularly on post-employment benefits, even now I know many people who think contribution to LIC, they treat it as expense in P&L. Your LIC scheme gratuity, what you pay to LIC is not equal to expense for your P&L. It is something else. So I'll spend a few minutes on that part. So this standard, few slides, I'll move a little fast. So what the standard says is the example of 25 years gratuity, which I gave you. It says keep recognizing the expense liability accumulated for 25 years and pay it then. So when an employee has provided a service to you and you have agreed to pay it later, there is a liability. You're getting something now, agreeing to pay later. There's a liability. And for you, what you got now, there's an expense. That's what you need to recognize. So this particular standard deals with every employee benefit except share-based payments, for which we have a guidance note as far as accounting standards are concerned. Employee benefits fall under 4 categories: short-term employee benefits, post-employment benefits, other long-term employee benefits, and termination benefits. So the standard is a very long standard, 148 paragraphs, but it is because of repeated explanation. Otherwise, it's a very short and sweet standard. Only 4 components it deals with. Among the 4, what you and I should be bothered about is the post-employment benefits. Short-term employee benefits, any case you will do it correctly, even whether you like it or not. Other long-term employee benefits and termination benefits you come across rarely in an organization. Now, definition of key terms, employee benefits and other things. These definitions I'll skip, they are self-explanatory at this stage for you. So now, a quick understanding of these 4 categories of benefits. And I will cover the accounting also to a little extent here itself. Short-term employee benefits typically is your salaries which you pay. So as and when you salary obligation arises, expense debit, liability, expense liability, expense liability, liability gets paid. So April people work, expense liability, 2nd May payout. May expense liability, 3rd June payout. So short-term employee benefits accounting is simple. No discounting, no actual assumptions, nothing. I'll come to the extreme right, termination benefits. Termination benefits are when you are pushing out people or you have offered a voluntary retirement package which people have exercised. So those cases, whenever you are committing yourself as an organization, when you are committing yourself to pay the terminal benefits, you have to recognize the expense. Please note, in the VRS package, it may say that I will pay you so much amount evenly over next 3 years. But full expenditure should be accounted now. Cash flow is 3 years, but expenditure is now. Because as an organization, you have committed yourself and it is an irrevocable obligation. So that is about terminal benefits. Very simple. Long-term employee benefits, and this is the future. even within audit firms, the ability to retain staff will depend on the organization's long-term benefits plan, and many progressive organizations have lots of schemes around this. For example, many of us, childhood at least, our parents have worked in private companies or public sector organizations where work for 5 years, you get a watch. Work for 10 years, one small gold coin. Those kind of loyalty schemes are there. Long-term benefits. Similarly, in today's context, there are many organizations which say, if you have worked with me for 5 years, I'll give you a 2-year vacation. I'll pay you salary, 2-year vacation. Go and do a business school, come back and work for me. Work for 10 years. I'll give you a 3-year break. Go and do some research, come back to me. So these kind of sabbatical leaves are also extremely common. So if I am telling my employee, after 5 years, you can go to Harvard. I will pay 40 lakhs cost for you. I will also pay you salary for those 2 years. Another 40 lakhs, 80 lakhs. That 80 lakhs is not the cost of 6th and 7th year, but it is the cost of the first 5 years. So standard requires you to estimate those and provide. That estimation process provision is similar to post-employee benefits. So when you come to the section on long-term employee benefits, the standard will tell that accounting requirements are same as post-employee benefits. So we're now zeroing on post-employee benefits, and I'll spend all my time only on post-employee benefits. Now, short-term employee benefits as spoken. Let me come to post-employee benefits. Post-employee benefits are those where you give benefits after cessation of employment. So cessation of employment can be when I superannuate at the age of 58, or when I resign from the services, whenever it is. So the amount which I pay, it can be gratuity, it can be provident fund, it can be medical benefits. Take, for example, public sector organizations. Most public sector organizations, after you retire, you are eligible for free medical care for the rest of your life. Free medical care. So those are all post-employment benefits. How do we account for these 4 post-employment benefits? Before we go to accounting, it's important to have a quick understanding on how these employee benefits are administered. Follow my words carefully. Before we go to understanding the accounting of the post-employee benefits, it's important to understand the administration of these post-employment benefits. In the country as we speak, post-employee benefits are administered in 4 ways. 4 ways. 1, there are state administered plans. For example, Provident Fund. What do? We all pay to the PF Commissioner, he administers it. That is an example of state plan. Second is multi-employer plans. There are 4 or 5 employers who come together and tell that we are all employers in Vizag Export Processing Zone. Employers in Vizag Export Processing Zone, we come together and tell whatever contributions come, gratuity, whatever, we will pool it, we will manage that money for giving benefits. It can be gratuity, medical, whatever. That is multi-employer plan. Third is plans offered by insurers. Again, we are all very familiar. Gratuity, because law, Payment of Gratuity Act 1972 also requires that you have to compulsorily insure your gratuity liability. So gratuity, most of us, we take an insurance policy, contribute to the insurance premium as a policy. The insurance company manages that funds and settles it at the time of employees' eligibility. Last is group administered schemes. Groups like the Tata Group, Birla Group, TVS Group. Within the group, they may say that for our group of 10 companies, 30 companies, we will pool the money, manage this money. PF Act allows, Gratuity Act allows, subject to getting permission, etc., etc. You can manage that money, invest in government securities, etc., etc., and give the benefits to your employees. The thinking is, I'll be able to get a better return. Second is, I will administrate so that my employees get their money timely basis without any hassles, etc. So the standard recognizes that post-employee benefit plans are administered in these 4 manners. This is how the funds are administered. Nothing to do with accounting. This is administering the plan, funds. Now come to accounting. For accounting purposes, post-employee benefits are 2 types. One is called defined contribution plans. Other is defined benefit plans. Provident fund is a classic example of contribution plan. Every month's salary, 10% or 12%, you transfer it to the PF, matching contribution, give it. So whatever I contribute, with that my job is over. How that is managed, whether 6% return, 6.5%, 7.5%, not my headache. So as an employer, my responsibility stops with making the contribution. Those are called defined contribution plan. So risk of that particular money, whether it's managed properly, losses, etc., I have nothing to do. So for such defined contribution plans, accounting is very simple. Whatever contribution you are supposed to make, expense, liability, pay off. That's all, simple. And I'm not spending a second more on that. The entire standard interesting piece is defined benefit plan. Defined benefit plan, classic examples are pension based on last drawn salary, gratuity based on last drawn salary, medical benefits at that time. So in defined benefit plan, what is quantified is the amount of benefit. For that benefit, how much I have to pay, I should estimate. So unlike contribution plans, where it's defined and that is your cost, here benefit is defined. So I should estimate my cost for giving that benefit. I should estimate my cost for giving that benefit. And for that estimation, you require to do actuarial valuation. Actuarial valuation because I have 5,000 employees, different age groups, different salary brackets, different health conditions. I don't know how many will work up to the age of 55, 58, 60. How many will resign in between? How many will resign before completing 5 years? All that I need to estimate. That estimation is an actuarial exercise. That's a statistical modeling. So that statistical modeling is done by an actuary. Actuary does that statistical modeling. So defined benefit plans, what is quantified is the benefit. For that benefit, I have to identify the cost. That cost is determined with the help of an actuary. Now, before I go one step forward on defined benefit plans, at a conceptual level, I would like you to be very clear on the following. Thumb rule, provident fund plans are contribution plans. Gratuity is a benefit plan. Thumb rule. But please note, provident fund plans can also be a benefit plan. For example, Infosys. What Infosys says is, every month I'll contribute 10% salary, but I will also assure a 8% return. So the moment you are assuring a benefit, it becomes a benefit plan. So thumb rule, provident fund is a contribution plan, but there can also be a benefit plan. Vice versa. Pension is based on last drawn salary. It is a benefit plan. Last drawn benefit is defined. But there are pension plans, private sector in particular. What we do is, every month so much salary is transferred. That accumulated salary is what you will get. So the amount of contribution is defined. Whatever is contributed only you will get as pension. So pension plans normally is a benefit plan, but it can also be a contribution plan. So that part need to keep in mind. Now, as far as the employee benefit, post-employee benefits, the defined plans are concerned, how do I arrive at the amount of cost? I told you benefit is defined. I have to pay 20 years later. For that, how to determine my cost today? And for that purpose, the standard recognizes the following. From here, next 7-8 minutes, please give your undivided attention. My experience, please don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. I am sharing it just out of my experience of having seen so many annual reports. Post-employee benefits, the compliance levels, there's a huge scope for improvement. As a signing partner, when you sign, it's important you should understand that the expense in P&L is made up of the 6 elements you are seeing here. And the 6 elements should be disclosed in your annual report, So typically for benefit plan gratuity, what you normally say LIC premium, no. That gratuity, that one expense you debit in P&L has 6 components. Out of 6 components, 4 will come every year, 2 may come depending on events. So every year P&L, notes to accounts, the single figure you debit in P&L, the breakup should be there in notes to accounts. That breakup is made up of 4 plus 2, 6 items. These 6 items are what we call current service cost, interest cost, expected return on plan assets, actual gains or losses. 4 items, I'll explain. Depending on the event, past service cost and effect of any curtailment. I'll go very, very slowly. First and foremost, let's take current service cost. If there is an employee in your organization today drawing a salary of 10,000 rupees, when he retires 25 years later, his salary may be 1 lakh rupee. For that 1 lakh rupee, 15 days salary, thumb rule, let's assume 50,000. Forget 15 by 26. 15 days salary, half a month salary, 50,000 for 25 years of service. So 50,000 into 25, 12 lakh 50,000 is what I have to pay. So my cost is 12 lakh 50, made up of 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 25 units of 50,000. So each unit 50,000, projected units 50 units, 50 units, 25 units, sorry, 25 units, 50,000 rupees per year, 25 years of service, 25 units, 12 lakh 50. Now, so the 12 lakh 50 which I pay end of 25th year is made up of 50,000 rupee of year 1, 50,000 rupee of second year, 50,000 of third year, so on and so forth. All of us are familiar about the time value of money. So the 50,000 in 25th year in today's time value is only 27,000 rupees. Only 27,000 rupees. So what the standard says is projected unit credit method. Projected 25 units credit of 50,000 each. Calculate present value. So this year expenditure is 27,000. This 27,000, every year interest will accumulate and become 50,000 in the 25th year. So 27,000 current year, first year cost. Second year the cost will be second unit 50,000 rupees present value plus interest on the previous year 27,000. So that one time zone closer interest. So what will go to P&L in second year is the second unit of 50,000 present value, 29,000 whatever figure, plus interest on the previous year one time zone interest cost. That is the second cost element. Third element. Now, as far as your retirement benefit funds are concerned, if I simply create every year provision, cash will not be there at the end of 25th year. The cash will get used in the business. So law requires you to fund it. Either you manage it or give it to insurance, whoever. Recall sinking fund accounting. Sinking fund. What do we do? In sinking fund, I create a reserve and I invest it also. So I create 27,000, I invest 27,000. On 27,000, I'll get a return of 6%, income of 6%. To the extent I get income, my cost comes down. So I'm creating a liability, I'm investing it and getting an income. To that extent, my cost comes down. So third element is your expected return on plan assets. Fourth element is called actuarial gains or losses. So when I create a liability, I am assuming out of my 5,000 employees, so many will work for 25 years, so many will work for 20 years, so many will work for 15 years. Salary growth rate will be 7% per annum. So many assumptions I'm making. So these assumptions will change year on year. So my salary growth rate may go up or down. My expected life of employee in the company may increase or decrease. So my accumulated liability gets re-estimated. That re-estimated accumulated liability is called actuarial gain or loss, the difference. Similarly, plan assets. When I created a sinking fund, I invested in 6% government securities. Now, next year, interest rates have gone up to 7%. My market value of bonds have come down. Interest rates have become 5% up. So my plan assets value up or down. That is also actual gain or loss, because I'm investing based on estimated amount. So actual gains or losses, net figure. It is gains or loss on my liability side, gains or losses on the plan assets. The net figure is called actual gains or loss. And every time you sign any client annual report, gratuity expense figure should compulsorily have this 4 breakup. And please note, actuary will give you a printout of 1 page, but your responsibility doesn't stop there. That 1 page of actuary printout is not a professional protection to you. You are required to validate whether he has taken the right kind of assumptions. If actuary has taken wrong assumptions, the negligence responsibility still lies with the auditor who has accepted that number. So it's very important. We should know these 4 numbers conceptually clearly. 5th and 6th item are event based. For example, go back 2-3 years in time. Gratuity, we had a ceiling of 10 lakhs. It was increased to 20 lakhs. So far I created gratuity liability thinking maximum of 10 lakhs. But law has now made it 20 lakhs. So every past employee is eligible for that. So because of that, my cost goes up. So what I created in the past is not enough. My cost goes up. So what AS 15 says is that incremental cost is of 2 types. 1, out of 5,000 employees, 4,000 employees have already completed 5 years of service. If they leave tomorrow, they are eligible for higher amount. So for those 4,000 employees, the extra cost I should recognize in P&L immediately, because the benefit has vested on them. It is vested on them. The remaining 1,000 employees, they joined me recently. Last 2-3 years, they have joined. They joined me last 2-3-4 years, they have joined. So the remaining 1,000 employees, average, they worked with me for only 2 years so far. They'll become eligible after 3 more years. That is called unvested benefit. So whenever there is a past service cost, 10 lakh to 20 lakh past service cost, you should break it up as vested, unvested. Vested portion you should recognize immediately because obligation is there now. Unvested over the remaining life before they become eligible. Last, again, event specific. Suppose the scheme itself is reorganized, then you have to account for the curtailment. But what you will come across is the first 4 and rarely the 5th one. Now, let me take you through an example. Now, this example might be pretty simple. This is an example which is there in the standard itself, AS 15, not my example. I have only put it in a structured manner with little bit of coloring. There are about 3-4 slides. My request is 3 accounting years. Based on what I introduced so far, we will now do 1 accounting year. And my request is you try to preempt me. You try to preempt me in your mind and find out how much will go to P&L, how much will go to balance sheet. And later, for second year, do it on your own and you have complete control on what is considered to be the most complex standard in accounting standards. Out of the 27 standards, this is considered to be the most complex, but my view, this is one of the simplest standards. Example, 3 accounting years. discount rate at start of the year, basically risk-free rate and all that kind of stuff. Expected return on plan assets, like a sinking fund investments. I told you 6% investment return, 12%, 11%, so on and so forth. Current service cost. Current service cost means present value of the unit. Recall, I told you 27,000 rupees, present value of the 50,000. For second year, the present value is 29,000. So current service cost is present value of that unit. Benefits paid means the people have left the job and you're paying them cash flow. Contributions paid is what you are paying to LIC. Contributions paid means LIC, or if it's a trust, what you pay to a trust. Present value of obligations, end of each financial year, based on the number of employees, salary growth rate, attrition rate, expected life of employees. The actuary will tell this is your likely liability. Fair value of plan assets is your market value of plan assets, and expected average remaining working life of employees 10. Then the next slide, assumptions. These are the two slides which are assumptions. April 2006, opening liability is 1,000, opening assets 1,000. Means in the past, accumulated liability 1,000. I've invested in plan assets also 1,000. Liability 1,000, assets 1,000. Next accounting year, plan has changed, additional benefit, like the gratuity 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. So because of which some benefits are vested immediately, some are non-vested. Average period for non-vested to become vested is 3 years. Recall, we discussed vested benefit should be recognized as an expense immediately, non-vested over the remaining life before it becomes vested. 2 slides over. Now we come to the calculation slide. My request, please try to preempt me. Please try to preempt me. I'll do for one accounting year only, one accounting year. Now, the computation part. Just think of balance sheet. Just think of balance sheet. Year 2006-07, opening liability 1,000, opening assets 1,000. And every figure you see here, you can do a journal entry. And please note, in your books of account, you are actually supposed to pass journal entries. So everything is a journal entry. So opening 1,000, liability 1,000 assets. Now let's look at the liability carefully. Please come with me. Recall, I told you, year 1 to year 2. When you're going one time zone closer, the interest is accruing. So liability, interest is accruing. Interest cost debit, liability credit. Interest debit 10% of 1,000, liability credit 100. So interest expenditure, just keep that in your mind, and 100 liability. Current service cost. Current service cost. Recall the 25 units, present value, current service cost. Expense debit 130, liability credit 130. So if you recollect expense, now 2 figures we have taken, 130 and 100, interest on opening liability, 2 figures expense. Expense debit, liability credit. Then some employees have resigned, left the organization. I am paying them 150 rupees. So from my plan assets, 150 rupees I'll pay off, liability will come down. Liability debit, investments credit, assets credit. Liability debit, assets credit. Look at 150 liability side, also look at asset side 150. Liability debit, assets credit. So closing liability becomes 1080. 1,000 plus 100 plus 130 minus 150. 1080. Now Actuary has done a valuation, salary growth rate, etc., and he tells you your liability is 1141. So in books, I have a liability of only 1080, but he is telling me liability is 1141. The balance 61, balancing figure, is called actuarial loss. Increase in liability, actual loss. 61 rupees, actual loss. Come to asset side. 1000 rupees, interest income. Recall I told you, income on investments. Interest income. So 120 rupee investments goes up. Your assets goes up. Income credit. And recall, the expense to P&L will be current service cost plus interest on opening liability minus interest income credit. So assets debit, income credit. Contribution 90 rupees. So company is given 90 rupees to the fund. So assets goes up 90, sinking fund investments, plan assets 90, cash credit 90. 150 rupees benefits paid. Recall, liability debit, assets credit. So closing assets figure becomes 1060. 1000 plus 120 plus 90 minus 150. 1060. But market value of planned assets is 1092. So which means I have a gain of 32 rupees. So in books, asset is 1060, but market value is 1092. 32 rupees is a gain. So recall, liability side loss of 61 and asset side gain of 32. So I have a net actuarial loss. Net actual loss 61 minus gain of 32, actual loss of 29. And please note, for balance sheet purpose, liabilities is 1141, assets are 1092. The difference between plan liability and plan assets, the net figure will be your liability in the balance sheet. 1141 minus 1092, that net figure will be your liability in the balance sheet, which is about 49, is what you will see in the balance sheet. Now, before I go to the last slide, I'll be extremely happy if you can, in your mind, finish the calculation of how much is the expense for the P&L. Expense for the P&L. I'll drop the hints: current service cost, interest on opening liability, interest income on plan assets, net actuarial gain, net actuarial loss or gain. In this case, net actuarial loss of 61 minus 32. So if you look at P&L, the charge to P&L is 130 plus 100 minus 120 and plus 29 loss, 139. And the journal entry which all of us pass is expense 139, liability 139. Out of 139, 90 rupees you paid to LIC, plan assets 90, balance 49 will come to your unpaid liability, unfunded liability. And this is the entire breakup you are required to give in your notes to the accounts. So this is about AS 15, your post-employee benefits. Similar provisions are there for long-term employee benefits, and rest of it I have covered. So I've given extracts of some annual reports. These are all Ind AS companies, but AS 15 and Ind AS 19 are similar, no change. In fact, in Ind AS 19, the disclosures are relatively less. So I'll leave a copy of this with you. So let me not spend time on this. Let me now go to AS 22. On AS 22, let me walk you through at a conceptual level. On AS 22, there are many, even after 20 years. It's 20 years now since the standard came. And even now, many have an impression that Deferred tax liability is a notional tax liability, hypothetical tax liability. Deferred tax asset is notional. My view, if someone understands that deferred tax is a real tax liability and a real tax asset, they will automatically start accounting. So my little effort here, 2 illustrations, is to help get the understanding that deferred tax is a real tax and not a notional tax. Illustration number 1, very simple illustrations for conceptual understanding. In practice, any organization will have 6-7 items contributing to deferred tax. I am going to discuss 2 items. Same applies everywhere. Let's take a company engaged in power generation. Single windmill costs 100. Tax rate including surcharge, everything 40. For books, depreciation across 5 years, straight line method 20-20-20. For tax, government wants to incentivize green energy. Tax depreciation of 100%. Your P&L from a single windmill, same quantity of power, sold through a power purchase agreement, same revenue. PBDT, first year, second year, 100. Depreciation straight line 20-20. PBT is also same 80-80. How much is your current tax? Tax which I pay to the government. Current tax illustration. PBT of 80. First year add back depreciation as per books. Deduct depreciation as per income tax full 100. First year taxable income 0. Tax is 0. Second year taxable income 100 and tax of 40. Put these figures in your P&L. If you put the figures in P&L, look at that arrow mark. Current tax first year 0, second year 40. Same capital employed, 1 windmill. Same revenue, same PBDT, same PBT, but net profit comes down by half. Why does it behave like this? Single reason is tax. Why does tax behave like this? Single reason is depreciation. Let's understand. For books, depreciation is considered across 5 years, 20-20-20. For tax, it is considered in the very first year. Because of which, first year my taxable income is lower by 80. Second year onwards, my taxable income is higher by 20-20-20. So my taxable income is lesser in first year and is higher in second year to fifth year. So first year I have a tax saving, 40% of 80, 32 is what I save. Second year to fifth year, I pay extra tax of 888. So whatever tax you pay second year to fifth year is your tax liability of the first year. So first year, government gave you a benefit where it says, don't pay me cash now, pay me later. But it is an expenditure of the first year. So what AS22 says is, for cash flow, you do whenever. But this 32 is expenditure of the first year. So first year, create deferred tax liability, P&L debit, deferred tax liability credit. Second year onwards, whatever liability you created is started resulting in an outflow. You keep reversing the deferred tax liability. So in second year P&L, deferred tax liability debit, P&L credit 8. Let's superimpose these figures in your P&L. Look at that curvilinear bracket. The deferred tax first year is minus 32, expenditure debit. Second year reversal of 8. So if you read current tax plus deferred tax together combined, in AS22 we call it tax expense. We call it tax expense. That 0 and 32 together is tax expense. Second year also minus 40 plus 8 is also 32. PBDT same, PBT same, tax expense also same, net profit is also same. That's AS22. And for me, I just can't imagine that we all lived in an era where up to year 2000, we prepared financial statements without deferred tax. I can't even imagine. But the truth is we have lived in that era, and since then we have moved on. So 32 is an expenditure of the first year, which will get reversed in later years. I'll give you one example of an asset for concept understanding. Let's assume a new project in an industry where demand is greater than supply, which means whatever I produce will get sold off. Term loan of 200 lakhs, repayable after 5 years, annual interest of 10% on the term loan, tax rate of 40%. Year 1 being the first year of operations, cash position was tight, so interest on loan was not paid, expenditure is there but not paid to bank, and that interest got paid in the second year. I paid the interest along with the second year interest, 43B item. Now, profit before interest and tax, single new factory, full production and sale, revenues common, profit before interest and tax common, interest expense is 2020, profit before tax is also 80/80. How much is the current tax to be charged? Current tax applying 43B. First year 20 is disallowed because I did not pay the interest. Taxable income 100 and tax is at the rate of 40. Expense 40 I have to pay government. In the second year, what was disallowed last year is allowed now. Taxable income comes down to 60 and I will pay government only 24. Put these figures in your P&L. Look at that arrow. So current tax 40 and 24. Same PBT, but net profit. Same PBT, but net profit goes from 40 to 56. Same level of activity, but net profit jumps. How do I explain this? Interest for books is 2020. For tax, first year is 0. Second year tax expense is 40 for income tax. So in the first year, my taxable income is higher by 20. Because taxable income is higher by 20, I pay extra tax of 8, the benefit of which comes in the next year. So first year, whatever extra 8 I pay is like a prepaid asset, the benefit of which comes in the next year. So first year, I create a asset, prepaid asset, deferred tax asset debit, P&L credit. Second year, that asset benefit is consumed. So you charge it to P&L. P&L debit, deferred tax asset credit. Look at P&L now. Current tax is minus 40 and minus 24. Deferred tax asset plus 8 and minus 8 right off. If you look at the net tax expense, first year also 32, second year is also 32. Net profit is the same across both years. That's the beauty of AS22. Now, in a summary form, all of us prepare statement of computation of taxable income. We start with PBT as per P&L, do plus, 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 minus, minus, come to taxable income. Taxable income 60, apply current tax rate and pay it. Balance 40, plus, plus, minus 40. That 40 is made up of two things. One, those items which will not affect your tax even in future. For example, simplicity sake, up till earlier year, up to 2019, dividend income was not taxed. So that income was always exempt from tax. That is called permanent difference. Ignore it. The remaining 4-5 items, depreciation, 43B and all, provision, doubtful debts and all, some of them will give rise to a liability, some of them will give rise to an asset. Identify those asset liabilities and recognize in your income statement and balance sheet. That is about AS 22. That's about AS 22. Interest of time, I'll skip these parts, but I'll leave this copy of the deck to you. In the balance sheet, this is again a very, very common mistake. And deferred tax, as I mentioned at the start, even now, many organizations make a mistake. One thumb rule you should have when you sign off as a signing partner, the tax expense, current tax plus deferred tax, divided by PBT should be equal to your marginal tax rate, subject to any reconciliation of permanent differences. The thumb rule is that. So you should satisfy yourself that if it is not coming to your marginal tax rate, which means there are permanent differences and you should understand what they are. And in the balance sheet, deferred tax liability is shown after loans and above current liabilities. Asset side is shown after investments and above current assets. You should net off as long as there is a legal right to set off. Otherwise, you have to show them separately. So I'll now move on to AS 9, revenue recognition. This standard deals only with recognition requirements of revenue, does not deal with measurement, does not deal with presentation, does not deal with disclosure. So as far as revenue recognition is concerned, this standard deals with only 3 categories of income. Income from sale of goods, rendering of services, and use by others of enterprise resources. My resources, somebody is using. My money, somebody uses, pays me interest. My money, somebody uses, pays me dividend. My technology, somebody uses, pays me royalty. So AS9 deals with only 3 categories of revenue. It does not deal with the remaining parts which are there in the bottom. One common mistake, and I come across so frequently, there are many who put insurance claims, etc. are all part of revenue. No, they are not revenue. Revenue is only these 3 items from AS9, only these 3 items. Then from lease, AS19, you would get lease related income. And from AS7, you will get construction related revenue. So what is revenue? Revenue is the gross. Gross is a critical word. Inflow of either cash, receivables, or other consideration in the course of ordinary activities of an enterprise. So sale of machinery, etc. and all. I'm a manufacturing company. Old machinery, if I'm selling off, that is not revenue. Even now, I come across many annual reports where they put sale of machinery in the income statement. No. And interdivisional transfers should not come as revenue. Recognition of revenue, sale of goods, when there is risk and rewards transfer. In India, we have moved to control When there's control, you can recognize, whereas for accounting standards, you can recognize based on risk and rewards transfer. And there are two general conditions which you should fulfill for every kind of revenue. For all the three categories of revenue, there are two very important fundamental criteria you have to fulfill. One, no uncertainty on the amount. No uncertainty on ultimate collection. If there is uncertainty of either of these, you should not recognize revenue. So revenue should be recognized sale of goods when there's a transfer of risk and rewards, but unsure of amount, unsure of collection, no question of recognition. And when it comes to the sale of rendering of services, very, very common mistake, and I'll spend a minute extra on this. As far as services are concerned, the standard deals with two methods called percentage of completion method or proportionate completion method and completed contract method. Many have an impression that I can follow either percentage of completion method or completed contract method. The answer is no, it is not a choice. In fact, even inventory, many people think I can follow FIFO or weighted average. No. Depreciation, many think I can follow SLM or WDV. No. There is a logic in which you have to select it. If services involve a single act, then revenue should be recognized only on completion of that activity. If service involves multiple acts, then recognize on a percentage of completion method. So this method or that method is based on whether the service involves a single act or multiple acts. Use by others of enterprise resources. Interest income should be recognized on time proportion basis only. Royalty income as per the terms of agreement. Sometimes it is based on quantity of goods produced, sometimes quantity of goods sold, sometimes a flat amount. Whatever is the agreement, recognize as per that. Dividend, recognize when the right to receive is established. Very common mistake here. Many people write, we recognize revenue when it is received. That's wrong. And I'll step back for a minute. While drafting accounting policies, I would strongly encourage two things. One, every accounting policy, try to do a study of similar companies, similar industries. Second, draft the accounting policy with the language used in the standard. In the standard, every word has a meaning. The punctuation also has a meaning. So please do not attempt to draft policies on your own. There is nothing wrong in borrowing the technical language which is there in the standard. It's your standard. You are a member of the institute, it's your standard, and you're copying from your own document. So borrow the wordings from the standard. Many people, when large companies, sometimes I get the impression they do it because of mischief. Sometimes it is innocently drafted, but many times it gives an impression that they do it for mischief. So accounting policy drafting, please borrow the same words which are there. So there are a few practical cases which are listed down here. I would like to leave some time for Q&A. And Murthy also mentioned that he has the right to comment on the whole presentation, which I welcome and I keen look forward to listen. And in AS9, there are only two disclosure requirements, and you will not find Majority of them disclosing this. Significant accounting policy they will disclose. The second one, almost all organizations have, but you will not find it. What it says is, wherever revenue recognition has been postponed, deferred, because uncertainty of amount, uncertainty of collection, you are required to make a disclosure of the amount of such income which has been deferred. So that's a disclosure you just don't find, but I know organizations do have such deferred income. So with this, I draw to a close. Thank you all for your patient listening. Sincere thanks once again to Murali and team. But I should place my very sincere thanks to council colleague Prasanna Kumar, a good friend. And it was he who invited me to this program. He said, I have the right to call you anytime and you have no choice but to come. In fact, today there's a committee for members in practice meeting going on. It started at 10:30 and he's the vice chairman. I'm also a committee member, but he said, I am telling you come here, so you come to Visakhapatnam. So I don't have a choice. So in any case, that's the friendship we carry. And he's been doing an amazing work at the institute. In fact, it's been an enviable contribution from him. So thank you, Prasanna, for the opportunity of interacting with the members today at our hometown. So thank you all and look forward to interacting further.
Thank you very much, Vijay Kumar. Members, you can ask your questions by unmuting yourself. Or V.S.N.Murty garu, will you be concluding with the session? Any remarks from your end? Murty garu.
Murty garu, yes, I have. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Proceed.
There are out of so many doubts,
sir,
on all these accounting standards. One doubt is still pricking me. That is AS 15. Sir, AS 15, this actually gives the fair value, present value of the assets and present value of the obligations. Supposing in a case where a company creates a trust and hands over its plan assets to the trust to manage, the trust will account for the income on the realization basis or accrual basis. That income generally differs from the income given by the actuary. There is always a difference. And value of the assets also, there is a difference. Are we supposed to reconcile these two figures and comment?
Answer is yes, sir.
Just comment like that or anything to be done?
No, so first of all, I think the difference would come largely because of the assumptions which the actuary has followed, right, which could be different from what the trust concerned is adopting. That is how right, the difference would come about. So if the difference is coming about it, as an auditor, I need to satisfy myself on the assumptions taken by the actuary. Recall, I did mention to you that I can't rely on whatever the actuary is given. That one page he gives, I can't rely on that. I have to apply my professional judgment on what he has done. My professional judgment might show that what he said is correct or is wrong. If it's correct, I accept that trust accounts to be edited. If it is not correct, then I ignore it and I accept the trust accounts as it is. So normal circumstances, the difference should not be there. If it is there, I need to exercise my judgment on which of the parties are correct in terms of the underlying assumptions taken. I'll give you a small example why this normally happens is like the demographic assumptions or the salary growth rate assumptions or the plan assets income rate assumptions. Because when you take the plan assets income, we are actually taking the estimated rate of income, not the actual income. The actual income will get reflected in your fair value of your plan assets. So for example, my opening plan assets was 1,000. My expected return is 12%. So I took 120, but my actual income could be 115. So the difference 5 is get adjusted as part of my actual gain or loss. That's how it gets adjusted. But what most trusts will tend to do is, they'll recognize interest income for 15 rupees instead of 20 rupees. That is where the mistake comes. And that's where the kind of gap which you told normally arises.
So as an auditor, supposing say my plan assets are different scripts with different rates of interest.
Yeah.
Actually assumes only one rate of interest on the total amount. In every case, every year, there is a difference between the two. And both the assumptions are correct. What sort of reconciliation I have to go for?
No, one is, say, I can go as per my books of account. Actuary is only an external expert. The reconciliation is basically for me to satisfy myself that what I have done is correct or not. If the actuary is giving a different figure, I just need to understand why he has arrived at a different figure. As long as I believe my trust account figures are correct, that is correct. So the standard does not say you should take from an actuary. The standard does not say that. The standard only says projected unit credit method, and it uses the word actuarial gains or losses. It does not say you go to an independent actuary, go and get an actuarial certificate. It does not say all those things. We go to an actuary because he is a subject matter expert. He has tools for making those measurements. He has an understanding of how the average life of people come, and also he follows those things. So that's why we go to the actuary. Otherwise, we have to go only as per our books of account.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thank you, sir. I hope
I have seized this opportunity to clarify hundreds of doubts, but since the time is running away, I mean, as a chairman, I very much appreciate the way you have presented. The most difficult AS15 for you, it may be easy, but for us still it is difficult. AS22 and AS9 also. AS18, you have spent more time on AS18, bringing out the intricacies and niceties in that. I mean, Vijay Kumar, I can't say anything about you. They say the speaker is Vijay Kumar, there ends the matter. The lecture has to be crystal clear. Thank you, Vijay, on my personal behalf, and thank you on behalf of our branch. Over to Murali.
Thank you, sir. So few questions are there in the chat box.
Okay, I'll answer. One is, okay, B.V. Rao garu, namaskaram andi.
Namaste, sir.
It is being observed that several actuaries assume increase in salary 5 to 7 or last phase as statutory. The answer is no, sir. Answer is no. As far as actuaries are concerned, they would normally have a very templatized version. Information goes, they just put it in that model and give. If we believe that the organization we are auditing, their salary growth is 9 to 10% and are likely to maintain that salary growth, we should tell the actuary, please revise your liability amount and give to us, assuming this. I am only taking a higher liability, so we have to ask them to do the same, sir. Because ownership rests with us. Ownership rests with us, and the company should tell the actuary that this is our salary growth rate. If company tells my salary growth is 9, actuary cannot say I'll take 5. That is not possible, sir.
So, suppose if the company says, sir, this is a value report, I got it. How you deal with the report, you deal with it. I have to qualify?
Obviously, yes, sir. As long if it is material, you have to qualify.
No, it is like this. One way you say that he is an expert. Partly you accept the report, partly you reject the report. The scenario is like that.
100%, sir. 100%. In fact, in the audit standards itself, when you rely on the work of an expert, the auditor has a responsibility to validate himself that the expert has taken the right kind of numbers. If you have an evidence that salary growth rates are 9 to 10 and he has taken 5 to 7, you have to highlight that. And if management, it is very unlikely that management has communicated 9 to 10 and actually has taken 5 to 7. There is a mischief. I would normally say that's a mischief. It is very, very unlikely where management tells 9 to 10 and actually takes 5 to 7. Assuming he has taken that, we have to revise the liability and take it at 9 to 10. 9 to 10. If it's not being done and if it is material, it has to be qualified. No second thought on that, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. Mr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir.
I am not listened to a co-professional or a co-chartered accountant. I've at the age of 70, I've listened to a teacher. Thank you very much.
So kind of
excellent.
Deeply humbled. Yeah. Suppose LIC advises the client to remit a particular amount towards gratuity And if client remits such amount, on what basis? Okay. So as far as LIC is concerned, what they do is they are basically calculating a premium amount based on how they expect they will manage the funds, And if you look at that LIC scheme itself, tomorrow when the employees are actually retiring and there's a shortfall, we are responsible to contribute shortfall to LIC. We cannot tell LIC that no, you told only so much premium, so you have to pay the balance. That doesn't happen that way. So in that context, LIC amount of premium is a contribution. For example, in the slide which I showed, that 90 rupees is contribution. 130 rupees is the present value of the benefits, and 90 rupees is the contribution. So LIC figure is only a contribution. They have a different methodology, and that has nothing to do with the expense. If at all it tallies, it is coincidental. It is coincidental and not otherwise.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And then there's for a company following SLM mandatory, or can WDV be also deployed with adequate distance? No, SLM or WDV is an estimation of depreciation. The company needs to come to a judgment on what is the best way of estimation. Is the consumption of the asset happening equally over time, or is the consumption higher initially and reducing over a period of time? So based on that, the decision needs to be taken. So in this backdrop, there is no requirement of, if I'm following SLM, I can disclose WDV. There is neither a mandatory disclosure, nor I would encourage a voluntary disclosure. Voluntary disclosure can also be misleading. My recommendation would be, for each class of asset, you decide what is the best one. Furniture, I may feel straight line method. Plant and machinery, I may feel written down value method. For building, I may feel straight line. Standard gives you a choice, class of assets wise. You select what is appropriate and follow it. But I would not encourage giving either voluntarily or mandatorily what would have been the depreciation amount had I followed the other method. I wouldn't encourage that, because it would lead to a misleading communication. And from Mr. Muralidhar, in case of AS 18, how to say there is an influence or no influence on decision-making process, to say whether a person, beautiful point, but I thought it was an established one, so I didn't spend time. For significant influence, the standard prescribes a threshold called substantial interest. And that substantial interest has been defined as 20%. So what the standard says is, the moment you have a ownership interest of more than 20%, there is a rebuttable presumption. Rebuttable means debatable presumption that you are exercising significant influence, and vice versa. It's so beautifully drafted, because in practice, there can be instances where I have 30% shareholding, but still no board membership and no rights. Then you can demonstrate that there is no voice I have on any of the decision makings happening in the organization. There can be an opposite situation where, with 15% shareholding, 1-5, I have a board representation, and every subject matter at the board, operating and financial decisions, I can participate in the discussions. That's a rebuttable presumption that yes, you have a significant influence. So standard being a principle-based standard with a bright line of 20%, it says above 20, it is presumed it is there. But if you can demonstrate it is not there, remove it off. Less than 20, It is presumed there is no influence, but if there is evidence of influence, like board representation, participation in decision making, then you take it. So it's all based on circumstances. Then there's a question from Hanuman Sastrigar, how to identify that rate. I guess this question is relating to ACE 15, I think. If it is rate relating to salary growth rate, historical trend and management assumptions, interest rate, risk-free rate, that is government bond rates for that tenor, plan rates, based on your plan assets, what is your average rates which are expecting? That's how the rates are all identified. If the question is around ACE 22, for current tax, it is the rate of tax applicable for that particular year. For deferred tax, if you are creating an asset or liability, it is the rate of tax applicable for the subsequent period when it will reverse. And if it is a deferred tax which is reversing, the year of reversal, the rate applicable to that year. So that's how it applies. I hope I've clarified because that's what I could infer from the question. Next is Lalita. I'm not sure if it is Chandrasekhar's spouse. I don't know. Is this change in definition of wages for the purpose of actually applicable for the period? Okay, this is a very nice question. As far as the new employee code is concerned, it has not yet come. It has not yet come in force. Whenever the new employee code comes, the new definition of wage will increase or rather change your wage definition and consequently the liability portion. And at that point in time, there are two schools of thought. And I don't want to open it up now. This is a subject matter which is on which final view is not there. I would suggest that you wait a little until the matter hits the road. And since I'm chairing the board, it will be unfair for me to open up my mind now. I need to have an open mind to receive both views. There's some people who would like to give it the treatment similar to a past service cost. There are some people who have a different view. So let's see where it ends. But it's a very nice question, Lalita. Then Suraj Agarwal, if we change the method of depreciation, it is now only prospective. It's AS 10 has been revised now. Then there is a question from Durga Prasad. In the same financial year, depreciation as per accounts is more than depreciation as per income tax and total loss is 2.5 crores. How DTA will be calculated? The provision is like this. There can be instances where I leave the slide deck behind and that example is covered in the slide deck. The loss gives rise to an asset, but the asset you can create only if there is virtual certainty. But depreciation difference gives rise to a liability you need to create immediately. So what this standard provides is in such circumstances, for the loss, you can create an asset to the extent of liability, You need not wait for the virtual certainty because the fact that this liability will be there to absorb this asset, you create the asset in those cases. So that is allowed. Then why two sets of accounting standards? I think we have to be very cognizant that enterprises are of different sizes. There are some enterprises where public interest is very, very high. And those enterprises, the need for disclosures is very high. I just want to tell you, between the two sets of standards, recognition criteria is the same. Presentation is same. Measurement, little relaxation is given for the smaller entities. Disclosure requirements, huge relaxation is given for the smaller entities. But as I said, recognition is same. When something becomes revenue, when something becomes expense, when something becomes asset, that is the same. Presentation where it should appear, same. Measurement, how much expense, how much asset, how much liability is same, but some relaxations for the smaller entities, because many of these measurements involve judgments. Take simple case of gratuity. Establishments having 20 employees, 30 employees. Audit fee is 20,000. You can't spend 30,000 actuary fee. So those cases for the 30 employees, you calculate gratuity liability as an actual amount. You can calculate it. So some measurement relaxations are given. Disclosure, lesser disclosures for the second set of standards. So currently between Ind AS and AS, the gap is too wide. That gap will get bridged. It won't be same, but it will get closer, and that scalability important. And equally important, I want to highlight is even on audit standards, V.S.N.Murty garu, I saw your letter to IASB. I just like to draw your attention to IASB's document on audit standards for SMEs as well. And I just realized that my council colleague, senior council colleague Chhaira has joined. I think you have the next session. It's unfair for me to eat into his time. So I'd like to conclude here. Any questions, I'll take it up later. And you have a wonderful speaker, a very high energy speaker and a nice human being to address you in the next session. Welcome Jai-bhai to hometown of Prasanna and myself. Thanks for joining, and sincere apologies. I didn't realize that you had joined.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So welcome, and Murli, with your permission and with the permission of the session chair Murthy garu, I'll conclude here. And I recognize the several members here whom I know in person. My greetings to all of you. So thank you all, and look forward to meeting in person. Over to you, Murli.
Thank you, sir. Really, my work has been eased with the words of V.S.N.Murty garu. Your Guruji, he himself has appreciated you, and B.V. Rao garu. The overview and the evaluation of the accounting standards was very well dealt by CA V.S.N.Murty garu, and the keen insights and key takeovers was very well deliberated by our Central Council member CA MP Vijay Kumar. As he said, rightly said, that the situations has been changing very dramatically and dynamically, and it is the need of the hour to have the revision of the standards, and which are in the process and which will be out in a few months. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks to both the speakers for giving the members the important standards with regard to disclosures, requirement recognition, and the computation, and also the presentation. Thank you, sir. I now request CA V.S.N.Murty garu to accept a token of our gratitude with a virtual appreciation certificate and a memento.
Thank you so much.
I now request CA MP Vijay Kumar garu to accept a token of our gratitude with a virtual appreciation certificate.
Thank you, Bharti.
Thank you, sir.
Jai-bhai, I was just mentioning, just for your information, the session chair was Mr. V.S.N.Murty, the principal under whom I did my articleship. And many senior members here are members to whose offices I had friends and we were roaming around in my younger days. So it's a nostalgic moment for me to be here with Visakhapatnam.
Thank you, sir. Now moving on to the technical session 7, networking of CA firms, the future of the profession. Why networking? How it is going to help the small and medium practitioners, and the guidelines of networking, and the offers offered to members through networking. To deliberate on this, we will have our past chairman of our branch, CA Poosarla Ramakrishna Garu, along with the Center Council member, CA Chhaira from Surat. I am privileged to introduce CA Ramakrishna Poosarla, who has been qualified his chartered accountancy in the year 1975. After a brief stint in the industry, he came to Visakhapatnam and set up his professional practice in the year 1981. He secured all India ranks in his CA Intermediate and DISA examinations. He served the Visakhapatnam branch of SIRs of ICI as the secretary between 1985 and 87 and as its chairman for the term 1990 to 91. After serving the profession for over 45 years, he is applying brakes and planning his retirement for pursuing other interests. Now moving on to CA Chhaira is a senior member with admirable credentials, charismatic personality and immense knowledge. He has to his credit more than 25 degrees. He has studied advanced management at various reputed institutions in Italy, Germany, US, UK and China. He has been associated with ICI activities since 1995. He has served as the chairman of Surat branch in 2005 and went on to become the vice chairman WIRC in the year 2012. He is currently serving his third consecutive term in the Center Council. He has held many committees as the chairman, such as Professional Development Committee, Student Skill Enrichment Board, Peer Review Board, Committee for Capacity Building of Members in Practice, Committee for Financial Markets and Investor Protection, etc. He has held many significant positions. He has been awarded by the President of India for getting first in India in research and also awarded by Chief Minister of Gujarat for science and research. He is a state level winner in painting, singing, elocution and drama. As an eloquent speaker, having keen interest in education, he has represented India at various prestigious forums for higher education at Los Angeles, Milan, London, Paris, etc. Currently, he is the chairman of Board of Studies, vice chairman of Committee for Capital Markets, and member of 28 other committees of ICI. He is also serving as the chairman of CPE and Education Committee of the South Asian Federation of Accounts. With these words, I welcome CA Ramakrishna Poosarla Garu and CA Chhaira. I now request them to proceed with their deliberations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations, Ramakrishna and your team for excellent conduct of 3-day session. All the topics are excellently chosen. That includes networking, which is the hour of the day. Namaste, Vijay Kumar Garu. Murthy garu కనిపించట్లేదు. Namaste, Murthy. Murthy garu. And good afternoon to all our friends. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone wants to grow, but is it okay to grow at the cost of someone else? Certainly not. Then how to grow? Everybody should grow. That is possible if the pie grows bigger and better. And how do you achieve it? And the practice, our practice should not be limited to our traditional practice like audit and taxation. There are several areas which we can think of and carry out. In fact, not think, we ought to do it. But is it practicable for small and medium practitioners? I don't think it is, except maybe a few people. So there is another area. Unless we grow along with our clients, we should not complain if the client moves to another bigger firm because we are not meeting his requirements. With the ever increasing requirements, there is no choice but to form into networks. It is to bring synergies, and we should be united in diversity by pooling our resources. To be successful, we should all contribute to the network and see that the network flourishes. Most of the firms who have tried networking, they were having wrong assumptions. They expect client will be referred, work will be shared, or work will be transferred, a geographical demarcation will be there. And these are assumptions which hardly help in taking the network forward. Then what is reasonably expected? Say knowledge sharing. The network should be able to have common work procedures and best practices, common quality control procedures, and add common branding and marketing efforts. To put it differently, it's an opportunity of pooling resources, expertise, and combined strength. It gives an opportunity to showcase pan-India presence. We should be able to showcase our skills to the world and increase the market share. That will help in appropriate billing also. This is one thing which our people don't give relevant importance, and I request that people do render good services and also charge appropriately. To be effective, all the constituents of the network should bring in their collective skills and ensure that the pie increases. It is our commitment by our government that we will take it to a 5 trillion economy as per the schedule. And our beloved Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji also said that at his address to our members at 68th CA Day celebrations, and he also urged that we must have at least 100 big firms. It is our government's commitment also to ensure that accounting services must be exported. The concept of networking is not new at all. It was introduced by the Council in 2005 and subsequently revised in 2011. But the problems remained as they are. So to address such concerns, like, for example, even members' identity is one concern everybody has. To address all such things, the Council has revised guidelines in this year, and to enlighten all of us how the new networking guidelines work, whether there are so many questions, whether a client's consent is required, what happens to the existing network, and many other things. For addressing all these things, we are very fortunate to have very learned Central Council member, Chhaira, who is also the convener of the networking group. I request Chhaira to please take the session forward and over to the committee members.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. My learned council colleague, CA Vijay Kumar ji, my another council colleague, maybe in absentia because I am not sure in this virtual mode, either he is physically sitting somewhere or not, I am not sure. CA Prasanna Kumar ji, the chairman of Visakhapatnam branch, CA Ramakrishna ji, CA Ramakrishna, Poosarla ji, CA Devi, CA V.S.N.Murty Grandi ji, and all my dear friends, once again, a very good afternoon to all of you. Let me first of all thank the Visakhapatnam branch for providing me this wonderful opportunity to interact on this very, very important topic. At the same time, thanks a lot. It's a luxury. It's a luxury to share dais with my learned council colleague CA MP Vijay Kumar sir, like he was talking about that his guru was there in the session. So for me, he is the guru. So a very learned person, and I'm really very happy to be a part of the program where he is also a speaker. And I must thank Visakhapatnam branch for giving me a very wonderful friend, CA Prasanna Kumar ji. We have wonderful interactions. We have worked together a lot in this council. Thanks a lot. And my compliments to the branch. Fortunately, I have been related with this branch for the last 2 years. I have visited also Visakhapatnam twice, and I have interacted with many members. And I have observed the various activities of this particular branch, and I think they are going on very well. Compliments to the entire team. And now let me come to this networking guidelines, very rightly said by Ramakrishna ji, that networking guidelines came up in the year 2005. First time it was put forward in 2005, 2011 it was revised. And the question arises, why in 2021? Now we are discussing that. It is already 16 years. For 16 years, the networking guidelines have been there. Why is it so? Now we are discussing. The answer also, Ramakrishna ji said that, the guidelines were there, but it was not being accepted by the people wholeheartedly. We really want to see to it that our Indian firms get bigger. Now, first and foremost thing, before coming to the networking guidelines, why do we want to get big? Why do we want to grow? Please understand this fact. And it is not about, big, one or two persons getting big or this. It's about the entire profession. If we really want to take a clue, then I think southern part of India is the best part to give this clue. How do I say that? Friends, with this information technology, with this IT revolution, what has happened? The entire world is looking at India. The entire world is looking at India for technology, for software. Can you imagine a single corporate, a giant, having requiring software and having no connection with India? I don't think there is any such corporate. There is no nation which can imagine software without India. And that started in the southern part of India, maybe Hyderabad and Bengaluru and maybe Thiruvananthapuram and all various parts of South, how it grew up. And please take the analogy from IT sector. In IT sector, there were some few companies which started, and the work started coming from maybe say US, some other countries. Now they grew. Once they grew and still the work kept on coming, then some of the work was something, they could not accept. So the second tier company came up, they took up the remaining work. Then they both grew and the third tier came up, and slowly and gradually, there was an ecosystem where the entire world started looking at India. Today, the interesting fact is that in US, even a smaller company wants some software support, it looks at India. And when it looks at India, it approaches a smaller company in India. Fortunately, I also have a software company, and I'm also getting outsourcing work from US. Mine is a smaller company compared to, of course, the southern companies which have become giant. The point is the ecosystem. So if you really want to grow, then you have to grow as a profession. Now, if for the IT sector, the entire world can look at India, then question surely arises that what is the next sector? What is that next sector? The answer can be healthcare and wealth care. Vasudaji, I'm not sure about the healthcare, how much you and I can do something about it. But for wealth care, yes, we are the right people. Like when Ramakrishna ji was talking about it, he was talking about the ethical conduct. We want to grow, but not at the cost of others. We want others to grow, and as a result, our growth has to be a byproduct. Or let us put it, our vision is to make everyone grow. We want our Indian economy to grow. We want to support our industry. We want to support our business. We want to support our clients to grow. And as a result, consequently, we also grow. I think that is the win-win proposition we are talking about. So friends, let us understand. For that, what have we to do? What we require doing is, we have to create some big firms. Fortunately, the vision of our Prime Minister is creating 100 big firms. This has been the vision of the institute for a decade. The same vision institute had, and instead of working upon this thing, and now that the PM also has the same vision. So I think that is really good opportunity for us. We can go to the various regulators and tell them that, see, we are creating our networks, we are creating our alliances, recognize them, and believe me, once we create, say 5, 10, 20 major companies and work starts flowing in India. Friends, we all know very well what is the competence of Indian chartered accountants. And more than that, we know what Indians are. We Indians are people who can work relentlessly, who can work even on Saturday. Can you imagine a US person working on Saturday or a European working on Saturday? Can you even imagine? We Indians can work on Saturday. We Indians can have conferences on Saturday, and we will attend it with enthusiasm. That only an Indian can do it. At least I think that next 2 generations in India will be in a position to do that. After that, maybe if we become European, it's a different matter. But this is what is the current position. Look at the demographics. If you look at the demographics, just go to Zurich, Switzerland. Zurich, we have learned in our CLA curriculum, Zurich, Frankfurt, and this, of course, London, and all these things, Luxembourg. These are capital markets, huge capital market. But you go to Luxembourg, you go to Zurich, and the average age you find is 50 plus. Average age is 50 plus. Now you just move around in India. There are only 2 nations on this earth which can provide services, right? Now, in product sector, our neighbor China has some upper edge as of now, and India is doing wonderfully well. Now, maybe over a period of 1 or 2 decades, we'll have something better in terms of production. But at least when it comes to service industry, India has wonderful opportunities. We can learn foreign languages very easily. Friends, we all are interacting in English, which is not our mother tongue, right? I'm not speaking in Telugu or Gujarati. We are interacting in English, and as if it is our native language. So we can easily accept the language. We can do hard work. Our analytical skills, wonderful. And the type of tax and laws are there. The complications, compared to that, the complications are very less. And thanks to persons like MP Vijay Kumar and all, Accounting Standard Board, where we have converged with IFRS, now the world is going to speak the same language. And when the world is going to speak the same language, naturally, the work is going to come flow in India. I'll give a beautiful example here. One of the persons whom I trained, he's in Dubai. So once I visited Dubai, and he told me, sir, I'll take you to some such places where others are not allowed. I'll take you tonight. I said, boss, if others are not allowed, I'll not like to come. I don't want to. No, sir, they are not like other such places. I just want to say that these are the places available only for high-end people. These are the places owned by the rulers of Dubai, rulers of UAE, and I'll take you. I said, boss, I don't want to come with you like this. Sir, no. I am the consultant to them. All the 29 companies of the ruler, Emirates or whatever the companies, MR and all, I am doing the consolidation work of them. I am the IFRS consultant to that. That's why I have an opportunity to go there. I'll take you there. I said, wonderful. So now just imagine a boy of less than 30 years. He's doing consolidation work of all the 29 Dubai-based companies, and he's the IFRS consultant, right? Can you imagine the potential of an Indian? We have enormous potential. The only thing lacking to a certain extent is vision. Is our mobility, right? We are a little more into, I can say, comfort zone, because once you clear chartered accountancy, sitting in any city, at least you can deal with your necessities. You can easily get your necessities. Unfortunately, that gives complacence, right? That probably at times stops us from moving further. So it is the right time to talk about vision, talk about growth. Sir, why are we talking about growth? Is it so that we are greedy for money? The answer is no. Money is a secondary thing. It is going to come. It's going to come. But growth is life. Growth is life. Look at a tree, right? Can you imagine a stagnant tree? No, there is a growth. Similarly, our case, what we were at the time of our birth, have we not grown? So growth is life, and it should be organic growth, where we ensure the growth of everyone, every stakeholder, So I think that's something beautiful. So how do we grow? How do we grow? The current position of Indian Chartered Accountant is something like this. Bharti Devi ji, just understand this fact. What is the position? Indian Chartered Accountant today is a bowler also, is a batsman also, is a fielder also, is a wicket keeper also, plays football also, plays hockey also, goes for everything. He is a proprietor. He does income tax, GST, audit, internal audit, project financing. He will do everything. I don't think that is required. I don't think that is required. Well, I understand. You are intelligent. I do understand. But intelligence is one of the ingredients for success. Please understand. Can you imagine? Suppose I play guitar also on my own, piano also on my own, sing also, dance also. Can you imagine that? I might be good with all these things, but can I create an orchestra? The answer is no. Here comes network. Whatever you may be, you might be the most intelligent person on this earth. But unless you create a harmony, you create an orchestra, you do not have a symphony coming out of it. And that is the need of the hour. See, in good olden days, we had only one or two domains. Today, unlimited verticals are there, unlimited domains are there. And good olden days, maybe some people took us as tax consultants or maybe only as auditors. Today, we really want to establish as 360-degree business consultants. We are therefore creating value. We are therefore creating value. Therefore, we have to understand the business. We don't only have to understand the peripheries. Please understand, Vasudeva sir, you will agree with me that while income tax is our domain, it's very important for us. But for a businessman, it is one of the activities. It's a periphery. It's a peripheral item. While audit is our core, our existence, but for him, audit is just one more thing. It is a periphery. So if we keep on rotating around the periphery, then we support our client to a limited extent. But if we go to the nucleus, if we understand the business macros, we help him to grow. I'll give an example about this. Please understand. I'll give examples of two chartered accountants. One Surat based. I'm from Surat, which is a city similar to Visakhapatnam, a branch, right now growing at a very good pace. But when I was doing chartered accountancy, we were less than 100 CS. We are less than 100 CS. Today we are more than 5,500. So we are growing at a very good pace. But analogy that I was trying to give, let us take example of two chartered accountants. One who is into income tax. He is filing income tax return for say 2,000 rupees. Now, unfortunately, 2 decades back, he was charging the same 2,000. Today also he is charging the same 2,000, or maybe at that time he was charging 1,000. After 2 decades, he is charging 2,000. So what is the growth? Effectively nothing. If you look at the real income, it has gone down. That is because of the compliance work. That is because of the peripheral service. Now I give another example. A young chartered accountant, what he did, he analyzed the diamond merchant. Right? Surat is popular for diamond. Female chartered accountant listening to me, they will be happy about it. You know, it's a diamond capital of the world. 95% of diamond is polished and processed in Surat. Not a very good thing for male members. Not at least good for me. So these diamond merchants, they are huge merchants, you know. They have their private jets. Their turnover goes like 5,000 crores. They have 10,000 employees and all such type of things. So he analyzed one mid-scale diamond businessman. And he told him that, sir, what I see is for the next 7 to 8 months, this is not going to be the season for diamond. Right? Your seasonal effect is going to come. Plus next 2 years, because US is down, I don't think that your diamond is going to absorb your money, working capital. I have a good idea. I have done research. In Africa, there is a coal mine. Sorry, not coal, copper mine. There is a copper mine where the investment will be required to the extent of say 500 crores or 2,000 crores or whatever the case may be. And this is a very profitable business. I have found that the CAGR for 1 decade and for next 2 decades, it seems that this is a good proposition. So what we can do is, if you can spare 10 to 15% of your money, then we can go for that. That will be a diversification so that over a period of time, You do not rely only on one business. I've done everything. If you want me to assist you, I can take the permission from the government. I already initiated work on that. I can do all other legal activity formalities for you. You have to invest it. And that diamond merchant did it. And that was a huge success. Now just imagine, at the instance of a young chartered accountant, suppose you are investing 2,000 crores and it's a very good project. Would you pay him handsome amount? Yes. Even if it is hardly 1 or 2%, then it becomes 40 crores. Right? Can you imagine? This is value addition. Many a times we use the word value addition, but we do not actually feel it. We do not actually involve ourselves into it. Please understand, if you are into peripheral activities, then naturally your client gets limited benefit. Your potential is good, your knowledge is good, but the benefit that he gets is marginal. Then you will be paying marginal. But if you go to the core, you understand his business and you make it big, you make it grow, then it is very much possible that he does not look at you as a cost center, but as a profit center. And once you become the profit center, then you are as good as his partner. You are his intellectual partner, right? And that is not opposed to code of conduct, right? That way you can be a partner. You can make him grow and get a good share, fair share out of it. And this is where the profession is. This is the future of the profession. Like, take up a startup, mentor them, youngsters, and make him a unicorn. And as a result, like what happened in ESOP, we know in the southern companies, right? In the IT companies, what has happened with ESOP? Can we imagine the same thing can happen with us? So the point is that the time has come up that we venture out into unconventional areas. Unfortunately, today, like in Surat, if I'm talking about 5,500 chartered accountants, sir, when we were less than 100, it was okay if everybody was in income tax. But today, out of 5,500 chartered accountants, if 5,000 chartered accountants are into tax and audit, what is going to happen? Undercutting, a lopsided development. Lopsided development, that would mean other options are available, but you do not want to do that. You want to keep on doing the same what others are doing. This is the major problem today with this profession. So that's why we are talking about networking. Why? When we go with alliance and when we go with networking, rightly said by Chairman Sir Ramakrishna ji, it's not going to be a miracle that the work is going to flow. No, it's not going to be like that, right? Just creating alliance does not ensure that the work is coming. It only means that you will start developing your vision in that direction. Like what is happening, Murli Krishna ji, Chairman Sir, what is happening today when we do 50 programs a year, right? 45 are for knowledge addition. Knowledge addition, income tax and GST. These days, of course, insolvency professional, forensics and all these things also, right? And maybe times to come, AI and machine learning and blockchain also. But it's all knowledge addition. Knowledge addition. It is not on attitude building. It is not on business development. It is not on the global trends, right? It is not on leadership. So what is happening? We are working only on one side of the cricket, batting. We are not working on the other side. What about the vision building? What is happening? Knowledge-wise, chartered accountants are far better than many other people. I don't want to pass any comments to others. The only point is knowledge-wise, they are very good. Then, sir, I have one question. This is my question. I might be wrong. But Sridharji is there. Sridharji, one simple question that arises is, if I look at the list of 100 richest men of Visakhapatnam, how many chartered accountants should be there in the list? 10, 15 at least should be there. If I look at the richest 100 people of Surat, then at least 10 should be chartered accountants, right? It's not about greed. It's about showing that, see, this is the vision. We can create enterprises. We can create, huge enterprises, and we can create teams, and we are good managers. We are good leaders. But unfortunately, that is not happening. We are still individual practitioners, right? That does not mean opportunities are not there. That only means that our focus is on acquiring knowledge. Acquiring knowledge is wonderful, but that is one aspect. Without vision, without strategy, you cannot jump into it. right? It is not only knowledge which leads to success. It is not only knowledge which helps your client. There are so many other aspects, and that comes with networking. That comes with alliance, provided you positively look at it. So now it has been 16 long years that networking guidelines have been there, but our experience has not been sweet 16. Experience has been a little bitter. Very few networks, and that also means in 2 digits. And effective networks less than that. Almost 100 networks registered on paper, and out of them actually working very few in 16 long years. That's a question. Why is it so happening? Why is it when 100 IT professionals can sit together, right? I think in South, you have many companies where 100, 400, 500 software engineers come together and sit together. In my company, we have 140 software engineers working for me. When 140 software engineers can sit together, why chartered accountants cannot sit together and create the synergy? When we know 1 + 1 is 11. So that's why last year, the president called us and discussed with us. We all were there. Last year, President C. Atul Kumar Gupta ji was there. Current President Niyar Jambusaria ji was there. MP Vijay Kumar sir was there. Prasanna Kumar ji was there. Ranjit Bhai, we were sitting. And he said, Bhai, okay, I'm not sure whether you'll understand Hindi or not. So I'll convert what he said. He said, by any means, this year we want networking guidelines. We have been trying for 1 decade and we are not being successful. I said, sir, no problem. We are sure to get it. We required 21 marathon meetings to discuss, and nobody was agreeing at it. Somehow, slowly and gradually, we developed consensus, and we told the president, sir, let us start with the 80-20. If we wait for everything to be perfect, nothing is going to happen. Let us start with the 80-20 model. Let us put up the points in such a fashion that people start with. Then over a period of time, our chartered accountants tell us what are the challenges they are facing, what other opinions they want to provide us, other inputs, and accordingly we can modify. So let us start with some 2 to 3 models rather than 1 model. So there is flexibility over a period of time. When more and more views come from the members, we can make the differences in these 3 models. As of now, 3 models are nearly the same with only small differences. Over a period of time, we can have some other differences creeping in and different models. So now, why Indians are not coming together? 2 psychological aspects. First, too much of attachment with firm name. My name should be there. That's it. My name should be there. At least from Shakespeare, whether we learn something or not, we should learn what is there in name. Right? What difference does it make? Whether the name is this or that? But unfortunately, this is one thing. Second is fear factor. We have too much of fear factor that if we 4 people get together, other 3 will take my practice. And unfortunately, all the 4 have the same fear. So that one has to come out. That one has to come out. The need of the hour is to venture out into non-traditional area, go for specialization, form large structure by networking, taking up the opportunity of pulling of resources, expertise, showcasing the combined strength, and showcasing the pan-India presence. That is the time. First stage, and next level going to global destinations. So this is what the general idea about networking. Now, if I start with the various models, we have basically 3 models. The first model is the alliance model. Actually, we wanted to go with merger. Merger is as good as marriage, but people would not straight away jump into merger. So we gave a stopgap arrangement. That was networking. That is as good as engagement. And people are not going hunting for engagement also. So finally, we came with alliance model. Now you may give the name, whether live-in relationship or flirting, whatever you like. But that is what we gave up as another arrangement. At least come together. Suppose 5 young chartered accountants are there. Then we want that instead of 5 separate firms you are having, today the infrastructure cost has gone up like anything. HR cost has gone up like anything. 2 decades back, infrastructure cost was minimum. HR cost was minimum. Today we understand what it is. So come together, create alliances. By creating alliances, what will happen? First, once you come together, you will have the benefits of, you will have mutual benefits of knowledge of one another, right? You will start discussing, you will start interacting. you will start discussing on the strategy to grow. Otherwise, what is happening? Every Saturday we are discussing cases in capital gains or search and seizure, right? We are not discussing about growth, how to grow together. Now, what will happen? In the initial 3-4 meetings, you will discuss and nothing will come out. It naturally happens like that. But over a period of time, you will have some better ideas and some better discussions. And then over a period of time, if you consistently do that, maybe after so many meetings, you will be in a position to develop a reasonable vision, which you can build up later on in a bigger vision. This is how the transition can happen. You cannot expect just because you have made a network, next day the world comes to you. No, nothing happens. The only fact is that at least the discussion starts happening. The initial discussion for some 4 or 5 meetings will be directionless, I can say, maybe, or fruitless, but it's okay. It's okay, right? If you'll keep on continuing over a period of time, you'll start having some sensible things coming in your mind, and over a period of time, you might go to the next level. That is the concept. Now the questions are, does ICI recognize it? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Does ICI register it? The answer is yes. Would it provide any number? Yes. Alliance registration number, ARN, will be provided. How do I get the ARN? In the same way as you are getting FRN, form registration number, through the SSP portal. Is it on the SSP portal now? The answer is no. My another council colleague from Hyderabad, CA Day-3 Sharma, is heading MNS section, and under the MNS section, the designing of this form is going on. So maybe he is the right person who will say within what time this forms will be available on the SSP. Next is, can I show on my stationery, professional stationery, letterhead, visiting card that I'm a part of the alliance? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Now the most crucial question that many of us, what about the bank audit? Right? This is one very major criteria in India. What about the bank audit? So let me tell you, if you have 5 different firms coming together to form an alliance, for the purpose of bank audit, all the different 5 firms can separately fill up the MEF. So at least you are sure about your MEF. Similarly, you can all do your individual practice. So the individual practice is not going anywhere. The only point is that suppose there is an IT company, right? There is a medium's IT company which wants to give up work with a fees of 30 lakhs. And they have a concept, we will give only to a person with 5 partners. Then here, this alliance comes to your help. Here, up till now, you are not getting this work. Up till now, you are not getting this work. Right? Today morning only, one chartered accountant came to me that ED is giving a wonderful work. ED has come across a very big scam, and ED wants to hire 8 chartered accountants under me, and assign me a big work. Now, this is only possible with a bigger firm. Naturally, it is not possible with proprietorship or 1 or 2 partners. See, it's not about competence. Competence is there with proprietorship also. But you put your foot into the shoes of the other person, right? And just look at it. What happens? A bigger company would say, no, we want at least 4 or 5 chartered accountants together, right? So that, they have some certain type of feeling that is very important, their way of looking at it. So the concept is, yes, you can showcase on your professional stationery that you're a part of alliance. Your individual practice is not impacted. You can continue with that. For the purpose of bank audit, MEF, C&AG audit, you can independently go ahead. Now, next question arises. Can I ask for referral fees? The answer is yes. For instance, you are sitting at Visakhapatnam and you get an assignment where the work is to be done at Chennai, and you give it to a Chennai-based chartered accountant or your network or alliance. Yes, you can charge a referral fees. That is allowed now under this model. So that's a good opportunity. That's a good opportunity. Similarly, sharing of fees is allowed. Sharing of cost is allowed. Sharing of knowledge, why only allowed? It is encouraged, right? Who will sign? That's a question. So the answer is, while you get the work in the name of alliance, it will be a particular firm, constituent firm, which will handle the project, and the partner of that firm will sign the report. Now another question comes up. If unfortunately there is any delinquency and a disciplinary action is initiated, will it be against the entire alliance or only a particular firm? The answer is only a particular firm provided your division of work is clear and documentation is done. So neat and clean documentation is required. So other firms will not be impacted. Your alliance will not be impacted. Another question naturally arises. If suppose alliance gets a work, a project, and one of the firms move out of the alliance, would the other firms be deprived of the project? The answer is no. Once the alliance takes the work in its own name, a new entry or exit would not impact the alliance. The work will continue with the alliance. Now the question is, how should be the sharing done? Well, that is all up to you. ICI does not have any bar, no restrictions. You can choose it the way you can put it geography wise, you can put it segment wise, or you can put it this way that the firm which will get the work 25% goes to him. The firm which will execute the work 50% goes to that firm, and maybe other 25% goes to the common pool to be allocated amongst all the firms in some agreed ratio. So that is all up to you. You can do city wise, or you can even say for Vizag, whatever work is there, 70% to this firm, 30% to that. And for Hyderabad, whatever comes up, 70% to that firm, 30%, or whatever you feel, right? You can have your own bylaws. The only thing is that it should not contradict naturally the Chartered Accountants Act regulations, council guidelines, or code of conduct. That is the only requirement. You are free to make your agreement, and whatever agreement you are making, you should provide it to the copy of that to the ICI. And whenever there is reconstitution, you have to go back to the ICI and intimate them. Now let us come to the network model. Before that, only one caveat. One caveat is independence issue. We know that our profession is sitting or standing on three pillars. Number one, independence. Number two, integrity. Number three, competence. And we cannot compromise any of this. We cannot compromise on independence, integrity, or competence. Right? Now, please understand, if 5 firms come together to form an alliance, and one of the firms is the statutory auditor of a company, then another firm cannot be the internal auditor. Similarly, if one firm is retiring by rotation as an auditor, then another firm of the same network or alliance cannot take up the audit of the same client. So these restrictions will be there, but I think these are reasonable restrictions for the purpose of ensuring independence. Otherwise, there are no restrictions from ICI side. You can do whatever you can imagine under a network alliance concept. Now coming to network, while alliance is very much, I can say, an abstract concept, network is a little more concrete. The institute has in mind that when it comes to alliance, institute is not going to regulate it in much detail, right? It will be up to the firms to decide when they want to enter another firm, or how the exit will happen, how the sharing will be there. So institute will have minimum role to play there. While it comes to network, institute will play a little more role. It will be a little more stricter with that. The recognition will be more to the network. This is what is the concept. Now here in network, we have 2 models. One is lead firm model, another is network with traditional model. In the traditional model, if 6 firms come together, all the 6 will apply for bank audit separately. In lead firm model, the firm which is taken as the lead firm, it will pull all the resources of the 6 and apply for MEF. Then other firms cannot apply. So if you want that all the firms should apply separately without aggregation, then go for the traditional model. If you feel that aggregation is better, go for the lead firm model. But one thing is very clear, you can be a part of only one alliance or network at a time, not more than that. Not more than that. Of course, if you are out of one network, then you can be a part of another network later on. But at the same time, you cannot be a part of more than one network, more than one alliance. I think that is something very natural to understand. So let us once again understand some common points regarding alliance and networks. Most of the points are common. Display of name allowed. ICI will register, yes, ARN or NRN. Network registration number or alliance registration number will be provided. It is to be registered with ICI. SSP will allow to do so. If there is a reconstitution, you have to intimate the ICI. Agreement has to be made and that should be submitted to the ICI. And ICI recognizes it and it goes to various regulators to explain them that they should recognize these models. ICI PDC is already working on that. And we have gone to RBI, we have gone to C&AG, we have gone to NABARD, we have gone to IBA, number of regulators for telling that these are our models and we want you to recognize. We have gone to the ministry and they have told us once there will be sizable number of networks and alliances, we will recognize them. We will recognize them. Once they are recognized and larger networks are created, then you can get bigger works, or even you might get work from abroad, and then we can understand how we can grow exponentially. So some common points as we are looking at it, most of the things are common. On your stationery, you can showcase you are a part of alliance or network. Referral fees is allowed. Sharing of cost is allowed. Sharing of fees is allowed. Right? Geographical different locations allowed. As of now, only domestic. International networking has not yet been started. Last year, domestic networking group was created. I was the convener of that group and we cleared it. Another group was created under the chairmanship of CA G. Sekhar sir from Chennai. That was about MDP and that was also cleared. And this year, one group has been constituted under the chairmanship of CA Babu Abram Kallivallil, another very good friend of mine, a very sincere person from your region. He is looking after the international networking. So that will come out soon. So this is how the roadmap of ICI is there. From individual to partnership, from partnership to alliance, from alliance to network, then adding up MDPs, then going to the domestic networking and then international networking, and probably mergers or something like that. This is how we are looking at the progress. The roadmap is something like this. The basic difference between the three is that while alliance is very much an abstract concept, network is a little more concrete concept. There will be more recognition to network. Network has will have to go with more compliances, but at the same time, more benefits will flow in that, right? In alliance, all the firms will apply for MEF separately. Same will happen with network traditional model. While in lead firm model, it is only the lead firm which will apply for MEF on behalf of the entire network. Other firms will not apply. Now, what is this lead firm? Suppose let us assume there is a firm with 8 chartered accountants and with the gross receipts of say 3 crores. But most of the companies are coming up with this concept that we can assign only to a firm with 10 chartered accountant partners with a say turnover of say receipts of say 5 crores. What will happen to that? Then the answer is that lead firm will take up small firms with them and create a network, thereby crossing the limit, the required limit. Thereby you will get bigger assignments. So lead firm will get the work on behalf of the network. Lead firm will get the work on behalf of the network, and that will be shared amongst all the constituent firms. This is the lead firm model, right? So this is some rough sketch about network. And what about the code of conduct? The code of conduct will remain the same, for networks as well as alliances. As of now, there is no specific point added. Over a period of time, once more and more networks are there, more and more alliances are there, and the situation will be more clear, the ethical standard board will look into the aspect whether 1 or 2 more clauses are required or not. Otherwise, the code of conduct is the same. So this is just a rough sketch. My only point which I want to make out is, once we come together, then it is possible to specialize. Then it is possible. And another good thing is that, see, there can be 4 chartered accountants. One can be very good with the back office work. He might not like to be in front office. Another might be very good in PR, but not very technically strong. Third might be very good with ideas, but not very good on paper. See, everybody has some pluses and minuses. Now, when you create networks, what happens? One can look into the PR work, can get the work. Another can do the execution. Third one can look into systems. Fourth one can go abroad and try to get the work. I just give an example. One beautiful example. This happened last week. A young chartered accountant at the age of 23 came to me. He called me, "Sir, I want to meet you." I have generally habit. And somebody calling me, I'll say, "Okay, tomorrow 11 o'clock. I say, so morning 11 o'clock daily, I have a number of chartered accountants in my office with all the different issues. That's a common thing I've been doing for almost 2 decades. Whenever I'm in my city, many chartered accountants log in. somebody for the purpose of practice, somebody for job, somebody for peer review, or whatever the case may be. They come up with their issues. So I believe the standard issue. When a chartered accountant 23 years calls me, then I always have a reason to believe his practice is not going on well. He wants to understand how to develop the practice. So maybe, being a chartered accountant with 25 years of experience, I might say, oh, your practice is not going on, you join me. Maybe, a person might think that. Now what happened? He came to me and he said, sir, I have a problem with my practice. I said, okay, so you might not be getting good work. Said, no, sir, my problem is that I'm getting too much of work and I'm unable to do it. I have to work up to 10 o'clock. And now I'm fed up of working up to 10 o'clock. I left my job last year. I worked for 1 year in Mumbai, came back Surat, started my practice in COVID. Now I'm getting so much of work. Sir, I want some 7 to 8 employees. But because I'm doing different type of work, how do I train them? I want some trainer. I want some employees. And you have to tell me, because I have not yet recruited anyone. And now I want a team. How to recruit, how to select, that is my problem. I said, but why do you want to recruit? He said, during the COVID, I just had one Zoom meeting with one person sitting in US. I discussed with him. He liked my idea. He gave me some work. I cleared it. He gave me some more work. I did it. So I got some more work. And today my position is that 80% of my clients are based at US, Europe, and Australia. I only 20% client from Surat. So I want to seek your view. What should I do? I said, scrap off this 20%. Focus only on this outsourcing work, right? Let some other chartered accountant take care of the Surat-based work. And when I listened to the total fees that he collected, lastly, what happened, Sridharji, at the beginning, I was going to tell him, you join me. At the end, I told him, why don't you take me? I'll join you. So the point is, this is the potential. I'll give you a very good analogy. I've heard that Visakhapatnam is developing very well. It's a beautiful city. It is a beautiful city that I'm very sure, because I have visited it. But I don't know the business details of that. I've just heard it. It's a very beautiful one and growing very well. Regarding Surat, I tell you why it grew very well. It was not a very big city 2 decades back. Now it has gone up very well. Why is it so? The answer is, if you want to grow, money should come from outside. If money is rotating within the city, then you don't grow. Their growth is limited. When the money comes from outside, you grow. Same is true for the profession. If we all want to grow, Murli sir wants to grow, Nagamji wants to grow, Bharti Devi wants to grow, Sridharji wants to grow, I want to grow, then we have to ensure that we have to showcase to the entire world, Indian chartered accountants can do your work very well. We have to, initially some of our firms have to go there. Sir, I'll give a very ridiculous example to make my point. Chairman sir, 2 decades back or 3 decades back, in the TV advertisement, it was like, the scene was like that. You should not use shampoo. You should not use shampoo. Else you'll become bald. Your hair will grow gray or something like that. That is what you used to talk 2 to 3 decades back. At that point of time, Nagamji, one interesting that happened was the companies selling shampoo, they did not say, purchase my shampoo, purchase this brand. No, they all had a consortium and they said only one thing, shampoo is good, shampoo is good, shampoo is good, shampoo is good. They did not say, use our shampoo. Shampoo is good. For 3-4 years continuously, shampoo is good. Hello shampoo and this shampoo and that shampoo. Shampoo is good. It does not damage hair. That's it. And what happened? Slowly and gradually we started accepting and shampoo became a part of our life. Then they say, come to us. I am Clinic Plus. This is so-and-so. This is so-and-so. Same way. Our 10, 15, 20 big firms, our 10, 20, 50 big firms have to go to US, to Canada, to Australia and say, we Indians are good, give us work. And they have to do the work very well. Once they do, then the US company is not going to say that so-and-so company in India is doing wonderful. They would say, in India, outsourcing is really good. They are very accurate. They are very productive. They understand timeliness and they are very cost effective. So Other US companies will search for other Indian firms, right? Slowly and gradually, there will be a chain reaction the same way as IT sector. And that's why we want some firms to grow big. Otherwise, somebody will ask, if some firms grow big, what benefit I have? Sir, it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. Not only a few will grow. When the entire world will look at India, we all will grow. We all will grow. So this is the concept which I wanted to discuss with you. Rather than going into too much of technical details, I gave all the technical details very quickly. Because if you go through the guidelines, the paper would, if you go to the guideline papers, you will have only 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, you will get everything. But more important, rather than taking the knowledge of it, is to discuss this, to talk in spirit, right? To discuss, to deliberate, to interact on this and make up a mind that yes, we want to change ourselves. This is what I tried to do today, right? If there are any questions, I'd be very happy to deal with them. Some questions I could see. ICI should discourage the individual practice model. Well, ICI cannot do that because the Indian Constitution gives the right of freedom. If somebody wants to be individual, it's fine. Somebody wants to get married, is good. Somebody wants to remain bachelor, that is good. Somebody wants to be a partnership, that's good. Somebody wants to LLP, it's good. We can just tell people. I can tell my brother, don't smoke. I cannot compel him not to smoke, right? So I can tell my chartered accountant brothers, please, from one, at least make a partnership of 2 or 4. I cannot stop them. That is one thing. Why ARN and NRN? The basic difference is simple. ARN is alliance registration number. NRN is network registration number. I could see only these many questions. If any else, I'll be happy. Yes, sir.
Another question in the chat box, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we solicit abroad, sir?
So that is I'm telling you.
Informally, but not by ad.
Why not? Why not? Tell me. See, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm having my software company. I'm having my HR company. I'm having my training center. Right? I left my practice way back. Otherwise, tell me one thing. Today I'm talking to all of you. Right? You have heard me. Suppose next time I'm going to Visakhapatnam. Right? I have met you. And suppose you have some project in Gujarat. Whom will you call? Do you get my point? See, when is it going to be possible for you to solicit work in US? Alone you cannot go. If you will go, your practice will suffer. Your practice will suffer. But suppose, let us assume there are 5 young chartered accountants. Young, I'm just using generic. Right? There are 5 young chartered accountants. They are coming together. And they tell one of them, boss, you go to US, do a job. The purpose is not to do a job, but you go there, find out a job. For first 2 years, even though you only survived, even though you only managed to survive, that is fine. But don't go with the mindset of a job. Go there, develop relationship with people, discuss with them, deliberate with them, and then ensure that you send some work here in India. Till then, we 4 will run the firm or the network with 5 of us. And even though you are in US, but we will send your share to your family members. Don't worry about it. Right? What will happen for 2 years? All have to suffer a little. 4 people have to work for 5. So you will have to put in little more efforts. Instead of 4, you have to share your profits with 5. But what will happen? The moment you will start sending the work in India, what will happen? I'll give an example. My neighbor is only a graduate. Neighbor means the person who is sitting next to me in my office, right? Next office. That gentleman is only a BCom, is only a graduate, nothing more than that. And that also vernacular language, only Gujarati. He does not know English. He does not know English. He understands only Gujarati. He went to US, worked there for 2 years, got some good relations. He was good with that. He started sending work in Surat. So initially he had only 2 people and a very small office. Sir, interestingly, within 4 years, now he has 800 employees sitting at Bengaluru, Pune and Surat. If a BCom graduate can do it, why chartered accountant cannot do it? That's always the question. So I think, yes, Code of conduct does not say you cannot advertise, but you can always promote yourself. There are so many ways. Attend conferences, meet people, interact with them, right? Which doctor you go to? You don't go to the doctor which is the best in your town. You go to the doctor with whom you have touches. Just check it. This is generally what happens. This is generally what happens, right? So, can we solicit business from abroad by networking firm? Not by, yeah, of course. In the right way, you can do it. Why two numbers? You mean one traditional firm method? Yeah. So depending upon whether you are an alliance or you are a network with traditional or this, your number will have certain digits like that, like our vehicle number, right? If it's a Gujarat number, then it is GJ, right? If it is from your state, then it might be AN or I don't know, whatever it is, like that. Can you hold COP and solicit work? What's the problem? I cannot do advertisement. Who is stopping me from PR? And in profession, the work comes by PR, not by advertisement. Not by advertisement. Yeah.
Sir,
Actually, I started the session late and I wanted to ensure that it gets over in time because I believed that this must be the lunch time. So I just made it very fast. Yesterday, I took the same session in Mumbai for 2 hours. Today, I just made it very compact because I felt that our members' lunch time might be there.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time and lucid presentation. We recognize the presence of CA Boda Anand Garu, past chairman of Kakinada, and also CA Nagam Devi Kumar, past chairman of Kakinada, and many other delegates from other branches whom we could not see on screen. Over to Bharti Devi.
Sir, could you please guide us why individuals are kept outside the purview of this networking? Individual practitioners.
Oh, they are not put outside the purview. They can come into networking.
No. In the networking guidelines, clearly it is written as individuals are not.
So you can have your own firm, na? You will have to make your firm and then join. What's the problem?
Yes, sir, that's what. Yeah. Proprietors are okay. Proprietor of firms can network, but individually practicing in their individual name are restricted. That's why.
So 5 individuals come together who are practicing in their individual name. They can float alliance model or so. Why it is been restricted like that?
So, madam, the one who does not even want to start his own firm proprietor, do you think is going to go to networking? So you do not know how to drive a car and you are going to have a fighter jet. See, let us think about it, where the world is moving and what are we discussing today. If I cannot even handle my firm, how do I handle the entire globe? Just because I have a qualification, just because I cleared an exam, does it mean the entire world will come to me? Don't I require some setup? Madam, I'll ask, during this COVID period, there was some serious case. Would you go to an individual doctor or do you go to a good hospital? I have a simple question. Why don't you go to an individual doctor then? Because look at the perception. Suppose I am a director of a very big company, right? I gave a work to an auditor who is a proprietor, and suppose there is some problem tomorrow. Maybe he has genuinely worked upon it. But as a director, what the shareholders are going to tell? They are going to blame me. But the same work, if I have given to a larger firm, I can always say, see, I have already given to such a large firm. So please understand the perception of the remaining world. Right? The perception of the remaining world. So this is very important. No? How can you take the benefit of very large scale things by not growing? Means by not accepting that you have to grow. Answer is too simple.
So one more question has come, sir. Can it be in 2 network firms?
No, you cannot be in 2 networks. Only one at a time.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your detailed deliberation on the networking with the new changes as per 2021 guidelines. Growing together with ethical procedures and thereby growth of the economy to overcome with the fear factor and experience the benefits of the networking with the available models like the alliance model, traditional and the lead firm model. I hope definitely the Visakhapatnam branch members will focus on these networking models and grow together. Thank you, sir. I request CA Ramakrishna Poosarla to accept a token of our gratitude with a virtual appreciation certificate and a memento.
Thank you. Thank you, Visakhapatnam branch. Thank you, Bharati Devi. Thank you, Krishna.
Thank you very much, sir.
I now request CA Chhaira to accept a token of our gratitude with a virtual appreciation certificate. As the elected representatives are not accepted to have the memento on the screen, so we are not displaying your memento, sir. Thank you, sir. Dear members, with this we come to the end of our 3 days national conference organized by CMP and hosted by Visakhapatnam branch of SIRC of ICI. I would like to thank CA D. Kumar, our beloved CCM, for being the conference convener and supported us in the success of the conference by bringing in the renowned speakers for all the 3 days. I would like to congratulate the chairman and his team for conceiving the conference and choosing good topics for the best interest of our fraternity. I would also like to thank all the speakers of the 3 days conference for giving their acceptance and sparing their valuable time for the benefit of our members. I wholeheartedly thank the delegates who have attended the conference JIJNASA and fulfilled their part of desire to learn. Without your presence, the conference would not be successful. Thanks to CA Swaroop for extending the technical support for the conference. I would also like to thank CA Lalita Sundari and CA M. Chalpati Rao along with me for handling the Master of Ceremonies. Last but not the least, the branch staff who have supported us in organizing the virtual conference. Members, let us all raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, members.